It is indeed Initialise, and I do indeed casts. And I do indeed casts. We should be getting towards pause. Thank you very much for the sub, by the way, been up. I appreciate you all guys for all following in here. Makes a massive difference. Got some good games today. It'll be me covering the action as Alex has taken a bit of a day off. He's got some personal stuff to get done in the day, so I'm taking over for the day. Do apologise, my energy levels aren't fantastic. My voice is not at its best at the minute, so trying to be a little careful with how it is going. Right, let me get this camera up and on as well. And I'll be good to go. And I'll probably have to go run and get a coffee. Is what I ought to do at that point. So you may be ended up with me just gone while I'm doing things like grabbing coffee. Righty then. Let's see how this looks. Has this got me in? It does not. Right, give me a second. Camera, why are we not on? Camera, where are you on here? No. That's not it. Video capture device, that should probably be it. Activate. No. Right, 1 second. Let's try this again. I think I might have done that thing where Alex left it on, and then I instead turned it off, thinking it needed to be turned on, and instead just turned it off, which wasn't fantastic. Hello, Corey. Good to see you. Hello, Fairy Tale. Good to see you all. Hello, YouTubers as well. Good to see you all in on here. Oh, not you as well. Parky's gotten to you all. Can't believe this. Absolutely diabolical. Can't believe this. Also, I think if you do Sammy No Pennies, you should get the... I don't actually know if they've got the emote on here or not. No, we don't have it in here. Sad times. There you go. There is, in fact, an emote of that for 7TV somewhere. Right. I'm going to run and get myself a coffee. Just get myself some water as well, but possibly some honey water, because I think my voice is going to be a little bit tight today. I need to be a bit careful with it. So I shall leave you with the on-screen graphics. I'll be right back. Do you think in the mini fridge in the back stocks pilk? I mean, that's only for us, guys. You can't let the secret spread too far.
到赛前采访，我是主持人乐欣。那在这里，首先我们邀请到的是 IG 的下路选手佳琪，你好，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 IG 的 AD 佳琪。
好的 ，IG 啊，目前从开赛以来到现在是2连胜，和 BOG 是暂列登峰组的榜首，士气正盛。那这几场比赛下来呢，你们觉得 IG 的整体全新的阵容，大家磨合的怎么样了呢？
感觉就只有磨合到50%吧，就还有很多东西要去一起加油的。
50%其实到现在已经带给大家非常多的惊喜了。那你来到 IG 之后呢，是和 Miko 一起组成了下路的双人组嘛 ？Miko 作为经验丰富的辅助，在生活中和赛场里面给了你一些什么样的帮助呢？
就是 Miko 在不管在生活中还是在赛场里，我有什么不懂的，他都可以帮我解答吧。
好的，我们也期待你们今天比赛的表现。同样在这里，我们也请到了 WE 的下路选手 About， 你好，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是现持证 WE 的选手 About。
欢迎 About。那从开赛以来呢，其实现在 WE 是遭遇了比较艰难的一个3连败，想问问大家是怎么样去消化这几场失利的？然后这2天又做了什么样的针对性的调整呢？
우선 저희가 대회 때 서로 하고 싶었던 생각이 서로 달라서 그런 부분에서 많이 안 맞았던 것 같고 경기 이후 피드백 시간 때 서로 생각을 얘기하면서 서로 맞춰갔던 것 같습니다.
我觉得比赛里配合不默契，是因为彼此想法和想要打的节奏不一样，所以赛后复盘沟通的时候，大家都把自己的想法说开，慢慢磨合调整过来了。
那么在2哈加入之后，想问问你们的目前大家的一个整体配合到了一个什么样的程度？另外想要问问，就是你觉得你们俩在下路的这样一个沟通和默契上有什么需要特别加强的地方吗？
일단 어라 선수가 기본적으로 되게 잘하는 선수라고 생각해서 우선 어라 선수가 합류한 지 얼마 되지 않았기도 하고 서로 맞춰갈 시간이 어느 정도 필요하다고 생각하고 더 잘해줄 수 있는 부분이 많이 남아있다고 생각합니다.
我们还有很多需要继续磨合的地方。2哈选手刚来没多久，彼此还需要时间配合。但我认为他本身就是实力很强的选手，只要我们好好磨合，团队肯定会变得越来越好。
好的，谢谢 About。那我们也期待你们今天调整之后的表现吧。
Lovely. Getting some of those interviews. Let's bring that up there. Oh, Sam, would you rather never drink coffee again or have to drink Pelk for a year but be able to drink coffee after? I think I'd drink Pelk, guys. I don't even like... I'm not even a big fan of Pepsi, so I mean, we'd suffer, but we'd do it. Oh. Would you rather compliment me, or I do owe you a compliment actually as well, Duo? That's fair. That's fair. Duo. Friend of the stream. King of my... Actually, I say king. Queen of my heart. Quickly get that joke. You and your love of Belveth is incredibly endearing. I know that one day Belveth will return to pro play, and on that day, you can be as obnoxious as you want in chat. Just real full smugness, because you will have been telling us for years, and it will finally have happened. Jail! Jail! Yeah, sorry about that, Gio. Took me a second. Wait. I corrected myself within like 2 seconds. Give me some credit. Sam loves Pepsi milk. No, I don't. I really don't. But for the love of coffee, I'd do it. Yeah. Let me quickly take a photo for socials. Smile for the camera. How many subs until we get a live poke drinking stream? I don't know. Quite a few is the answer. Blah, Ari spin, yep. Thank you for the follow as well, Enrique. Appreciate it. Hello, Solo Puppy. Good to see you. Congrats on the stream strip, by the way, Corey. Hey, over in YouTube channel, Nicola. Here's Nicola, isn't it? Yeah. Wow. I can point this on just a little bit. There we go. A little better. Let me. What do I need to do? Social. That's what we need to do.
观看2026英雄联盟职业联赛第2赛段，您可以通过英雄联盟客户端、掌上英雄联盟及英雄联盟赛事官网 LPL.QQ.com、虎牙直播、哔哩哔哩直播、腾讯视频、腾讯体育、新浪微博、微信视频号进行收看。电视机前的召唤师可以通过百视通平台收看全程赛事。上京东搜“京东电竞直播”，赢千元耳机和游戏手办。扫描上方二维码，定制 LPL 队服队员 ID。开一局吗？开就开！感谢提供全场保护的杜蕾斯，今晚持久战力开一局。Sky Motor 手驱电动，快人一步，稳赢一路。TCL 全屋智慧家电，峡谷英雄敢为不凡。2026 LPL 官方指定家电产品。更受电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，醒神好喝，当然站吧！奥方电竞椅连续6年中国电竞椅销量第一。
Maybe I need to do a subathon goal of that. But maybe that's the way.
直接给他的球点速，线面上中间，爸爸这时候很能滑，再滑一个。来了！抵消，小熊公开属性抵消了哪儿的呢？这有血手的伤害，找到了真豪，把你困在原地，化敌为牢。阿兵还有攻速，就是阿兵的青钢力。兵哥杀出了。
Stream sounds a bit louder than I am. Okay, we can adjust that. Hello, Ben. Hello, Gala. Something like that. Should be better.
Now 让我们有请 Invictus Gaming。
Here come IG. And a fairly good start to the split. Return of Maker. Breathe into the roster after time away as well. It's been pretty good. Renards had an okay showing. He's not rookie as yet. Had a very fun LeBlanc game the other week. Oh yeah, it's good to have him back. Hey TFC, good to see you. And of course WE had a weird old start to the split. Weird old start to the split. Not been entirely impressed with
LPL 第二赛段组内赛第一周第6日第1场比赛 ，IG 对阵西安 Team WE 即将开始 ，LPL 无畏进巅峰。
I am interested to see whether WE can stabilize because I have not been impressed with bot lane. I think Monkey's been having a tough time being consistent. Thank you, Caleb, for that follow. Good time to be in as we do just get ourselves ready for this first game. That sounds like draft music to me. Should be fairly soon. Headsets are going on. I'm just doing that social media-y thing. When I post that I'm live doing things. Okay. Goated teams playing today with Goated English Cast. How are we doing today? Yeah, we're doing well. Thank you very much. Tarbe, good to see you. Tarbe, what's the best way to pronounce your name? Because obviously I've got to see the saying at the end. I see the Tarbe at the beginning. I'm not sure whether I'm supposed to like connect them together or not. Let me know. I'll try and get your name as you'd like it to be pronounced. And thank you for the bits there. Incredible stuff. Fairy Tale, Brotax from Corey and Fairy Tale. Tab-ib, of course. This is me being very LPL brained. This is me being very LPL brained. I just go, ooh, Tab-aid. Like, no, not everything is League of Legends coded. Even if people watching the LPL stream. Remind me, because I suspect the problem is, I know what my brain is like, and the next time you're back in chat, I'm going to have the same conversation with you, and it's not a slight on you in the slightest. It is, however, my relatively short-term memory and the ADHD. Okay, Trinity, pleasure to have you in here when we could. Go get some sleep. Thanks for coming in for the start of the show, as ever, mate. It's obviously very late over in old New Zealand, so don't blame me getting some snoozes in. Man on your screen, Karis, has had a uninspired start to the split. I've missed a series from WE, so I've gone off what Alex has told me, so maybe I'm missing some nuance here, but I think WE in general have been struggling. Thank you, Pintalis, as well, for that sub. On a hype train at the minute, guys. If anyone wants to drop a sub or something before we get through the end of draft, pretty cool timing. And reminder, subs won't get adverts, so there will be ads at the end of the draft. So this is a good way to avoid them and support the channel, which is massive because, of course, we are basically doing this as full-time content creators at this point. So we really do need all of that assistance from you back home. Right, okay, so let's chat bands. I'm going to move this down a little bit, 1 second. Not gonna blow my voice out. So, Ambessa, Varus, Karma, Ori, Rumble, Shin's out. First pick is on red side. Pantheon has been a really big pick for Monkey over the years, so that makes some sense. Oh. Ashe Seraphine locked in very swiftly. What's the answer to it? Things like the Ezreal Bard have been done. Yunara Lulu's been managed. You can go for something like the Misfortune and the Nautilus. Fully commit to just all-inning that way. That's not that. Rise for the second global. Good point-and-click route to go with the Pantheon stun. Jace. We have started to see a bit more of this. I have not liked Cube on carries, though, guys. I've really not. Some very fun hovers. Callista's also been making a bit of a return, to be fair, but I imagine Ezreal and then a range support to go with it would be the way forwards. With that in mind, I'm imagining Bard becomes the ban at this point after the Jarvan's locked in. We should get through picks and bans, or rather bans. Often a relatively high prio ban option. Shinzao was a decision instead, as was the Ambessa. Slightly more pocket picks, even if they are strong champions. Could Nico? Yeah. I think the Bard makes sense as a ban. You could Lulu, but it's not the best with Ezreal. Nautilus not awful. Leona not awful as bans. Kind of lose the lane, but the all-ins get a bit scary. Nami, I suppose, as well, but again, not the best with the Ezreal. Sion gets banned. Going for these top lane tanks, interestingly. I wonder whether the Cube's still looking for one of these carries. And thanks for the follow, by the way, Blue Car. Again, I've not been a massive fan of him on them. What makes the Ashe Seraphine very strong? Couple different reasons. That's a good question. Tell you what, once we get through draft, we'll chat about Ashe Seraphine a little bit more. But it is a very strong one. They've decided to ban Cube's Jace. I think I would have just given it to him and watched him fumble on it. I mean, like, the thing is, Cube is just by far best, and WE is by far the best when Cube is on a tank engage option. The carries have been very volatile, to say the least, and it's often led to a lot of deaths for Cube, despite a lot of attention. But clearly they were like, yeah, don't see that much threat here, so this will be fine. Just get rid of the one carry we think he's vaguely passable at and move on from there. Renekton banned as well, so a lot of the good blind picks are gone. Possibly a Gnar now then? Yeah. Not entirely blind pickable, but the things that counter Gnar are often very, very draft warping. Go towards the Cassiopeia instead. Well, they know it's into the Rise, so they know that it's not the blind pick, and it'll force the blind pick now from WE instead. Makes a bit more sense, I think, in the end. That would be fun. So we were wondering about what we'll go with the Ezreal. The Nico would make some sense as a potential ranged pick option with good poke at the level 1. Gives you some engage to go with your Rise and your Pantheon, which are very single target. This gives you a bit more AoE. Can be a little bit unfun into the Seraphine and the Ashe. You are still very vulnerable to being picked yourself. But dangerous if you get that wombo combo off. Double global, plus the Nico can come in from a surprising angle. Pretty strong. On the other side, I think now you've seen the comp. Do you want that Gnar into the Yorick? You do. Okay. So, double global plus surprise engage from the Nico to set things rolling in the early skirmishes. Snowball from it. Play towards the side lane with the Pantheon to get the Yorick rolling if you need to. Ezreal's very safe and hard to pick. Pretty good stuff. Not bad team fights either. Not bad team fights either, particularly if you can get a good flank angle from someone like a Pantheon or a Nico. On the other side, you've got the Gnar to try and match the split push, and a very, very scary AoE CC team fight. This is much scarier on that front. You don't have the same globals. Yes, the Ashe ult can kind of follow, does count, but it's not quite the same as the Pantheon or the Rise ult in terms of bringing the whole damn champion there. What you've got here is things like the Grounded can make the Rise, the Pantheon, the Nico have a lot less fun in terms of their ability to do things. But Jarvan Cataclysm goes down, Petrifying Gaze goes down, you throw the Encore over the top of them, you get an Ashe Tower on top of them, and whoever's in that team fight melts. You've got good scaling to match, I think, on that front. If it does come down to straight 5v5 team fights, I do think that Invictus Gaming are going to have the better time of it. They are slightly outranged because Nico's a thing. Not Nico, Ezreal's a thing, but even then, I think Ashe with the poke should still be pretty obnoxious there. And Cassiopeia just have to be a little bit careful about overstepping. Right, so I'm going to run some ads while we talk about draft. and we'll chat about Ashe Seraphine. So, question from Tabby over on YouTube about why we're seeing so much Ashe Seraphine. Basically, Ashe Seraphine runs the lane, gonna have Giles, is very, very lane dominant, has very dangerous scaling in the sense that basically you get to the point where Seraphine shields and team fights are ridiculous. It's great pick with an ult, with the ults from both of them, plus the beat drop from the Seraphine. And Ashe auto slows mean that the beat drop, even without it doubling up, is a root, not just a slow. So you get even more pick just from being paired with Ashe, which is very strong. Let's listen to those gyros a bit more closely. No real idea how long Rookie will be gone. Could be a few weeks, could be the split. Don't really know. Either way, taking a bit of time right now. Wow. Bit of a statistical overload there with all of those bot stuff down at the bottom. W with a little bit of power in the early, WE with the power a little later on. Oh, W with a little bit of power early, mid game. IG a little bit more power later on. Makes some sense to me again. The double globals coming online will make a lot of sense on that front. Oh, I've got to turn my camera off as well. What am I doing? Just sat there on screen. Sorry, guys. Bad Cassio skin choice. Which one was it? So the way you beat Ashe Seraphine is... Yeah, strong laners go there, but that's kind of the thing, right? It's like basically Ashe Seraphine has been the question that every team has got to answer. Oh, is this the bewitching Cassiopeia? It is. Oh, okay. With the hat. Oh, there was a Desperado. Oh, so fine. Can I see the skins coming up now? Jarvan with the fanatic Jarvan. It is. I say it's bewitching. Told you. All right. Level 3 for level 3. Monkey goes to the invades. Some silliness occurring here. Monkey's missed a lot of his skill shots here. Cubes around. Dragon Strike won't drag himself forwards. Ow. Monkey did not have fun there. Is he going to have to reset? I mean, I think Wei stole away the whole topside camps there, didn't he? Bit distracted turning my cam off. Wow, okay. Monkey's just trapped at 12 CS. Has got most of a bot side. He needs to go get this bot side Scuttle Crab now. But looking at camps right here and the way it hasn't reset, Wei got a quadrant. Bit distracted there. That's horrendous for Monkey. A Monkey with a bad early start has often been a real loss condition. Can maybe look to fight over Raptors. Oh, he smoked a little early there, but his pet will finish up. But that is a disaster start for this Pantheon. So Wei's gonna be able to get another clear in, basically. Reset for what will likely be Tunneler rather than just Longswords. Or Longsword Ruby Crystal. Which is pretty damn miserable, it must be said. But yeah, the thing with Ashe Seraphine is it's been the question that's being asked of pretty much every team. Can you handle the Ashe Seraphine, yes or no? Do you have an answer to it? And so we've seen things like the Yunara Lulu attempt to just brawl with it early. We've seen things like Misfortune Nautilus at first stand, which is how G2 beat it, by basically having the Nautilus all in, and then basically getting on top of the Ashe Seraphine, who then have a lot less fun running backwards, really, with their lack of dashes. Yes, you've got slows, but it's not always enough once people are on top of you. We've also things like Ezreal Karma or Ezreal Bard have managed it too, because again, your early poke can be enough to keep the Ashe and the Seraphine low. But basically, generally speaking, if the Ashe Seraphine get through lane, even, they're still going to be dangerous in the team fights. And if they win the lane, it's a win condition in and of itself. So yes, it's very much the power duo right now on the patch. There aren't that many things that can be done about it. I saw a team attempt a Nautilus Yasuo into it the other day. Didn't work very well, but it was a good idea. Petrifying Gaze. Damage onto Karras is good. Renard throws out that noxious blast. And Karras will need to ghost away there. Renard did the same. How's that realm warp going? Into the river? Okay, doesn't take it. Dragon's being started. Down about half. Monkey does have flash, maybe has to burn it. Looking for a bit of a stun. Wonderful double root. Wei gets out with the flag and the Dragon Maker flashes away. Couple extra flashes down, but the Dragon now secured by WE. No, it's not. Wei steals it. Wei steals it. Burns the flash to get it. Dies for the result, but does steal the Dragon. First blood does go the way of WE though, and it does go to the Ezreal, which is rather nice for him. Got rookie the split in winter, I think, possibly against a lot of people's judgments, was kind of one of the few choices available, really. Have a look at this again, and this is basically 4v3 because the Cassia's got a recall, and so everyone flashes or runs away. And then Wei sees the health and goes, you know what, I can have this. Gets the Seraphine shield, flash smite, doesn't manage to get back over. I think he might have put a flag down earlier and just didn't have the opportunity to get back out with it. Either way, it timed out, but still rough. Wei with the Tunneler and the Fairy Charm. Ooh, bit of a stutter on the clean feed. It's not us. It's not us. See if I need to do a refresh on this. We might do. Here comes the Grand Starfall. Towards the bot lane. Jumping onto Janchi. Good combo. WE. Get the kill they were looking for in that bot lane. Second kill towards Ezreal. Managing to put this Ashe Seraphine down. What you need to be doing. Wei will steal away more camps as a result. But I think the Pantheon can return the favor on the bottom side of the map. Potential bit of a contest over this red buff. So Wei's gone and stolen the topside camps. And Pantheon will back away. Pantheon getting a couple assists is nice, but again, it's not coming for free, right? Are seeing camps being stolen away. They've got a load of wards in the enemy jungle. It's giving Breathe a lot of room to just keep Cube suffering in terms of being shoved in here by this Mega Nut. Pantheon's coming on up, but will be spotted pretty swiftly here by the wards that have been put down. Corki Nami, yeah, Corki Nami can sort of deal with Ashe Seraphine too. But even then, in some ways, you sort of survive it, and basically the Nami allows you to sustain through the poke. And then potentially, if you get a good sort of like ebb and flow, Tyquater's Blessing, Foss Bomb type trade, you have got ways to pop what is a very squishy bot lane still, because again, they are double range, it's an enchanter, all these things. Arrow onto the clone. Oh, Jachi. Monkey comes on over. Problem is, Wei's gotten 2 of these already. Make that, I believe, 2 out of 3, which ain't bad at all. So gets the early dragon, gets the early grubs. Still, he died for once for the price of it. Don't know about this one, Monkey. Yeah, he's going to get Cataclysm. Flag and drag, boulder toss. Mega Nara into the wall. This was a bit much. Yeah, dead. The realm warp doesn't matter as Renable goes towards its location. That was a little bit much from Monkey, who goes to try and chase Wei for I don't know what reason, and ends up giving up his life unnecessarily, and gives a kill over to Breathe on this Gnar. Was always a bit of a Gnar enjoyer. Kind of back into the fold now on IG. He's been away for a split or so. Way when he gets to be this kind of gremlin who goes steals camps and catches you out and messes with you by that as kind of vision discrepancies is a very, very annoying jungler, to say the least. He's a shaker player at heart. Renard does get jumped on here. Good petrifying gaze though. Should allow him to disengage, I think, just fine. Grand Starfall leads to very little. Does get Monkey back out on the map. But that is a bit rough. Megadar to throw the wave back a bit and breathe. Probably wants to reset shortly having picked up that kill, I would imagine. Not going to be miles off something like a Trinity Force. My assumption is probably we'll have components but not full completion, but what do I know? Seraphine will reset, has got herself her ultimate up and available. Rookie on a bit of a break right now. Got some personal stuff to manage regarding like dating stuff, basically. I think so, taking a bit of a break. Don't know for how long. We haven't really been told. Assuming a couple weeks at the very least. It is, in fact, the full Trinity Force. Guess that kill got him over the line there. It's about the 10-minute mark anyway, so pretty happy with that one in general. And Trinity Force Gnar suddenly becomes increasingly annoying. Way now bot side does have his Cataclysm up and available. Dragon's up. Are we fighting over it? Because I think we might be. Strong skirmish duos from both sides. Pop Blossom up. Everyone else ult's a little bit more conditional for the fight. True Shot Barrage, of course, not bad. Should tag away here. That's about half his HP bar. You'll take that. Has got a Krug camp to be able to go heal back off of. Maker will eat an Infernal Dragon Breath of Fire. Monkey is going to turn up bot side here, I think. Bit of fight for this vision control again. Just cleared out a load of wards. Era looking for the Pop Blossom, but waves around. Flash away briefly. The encore lands. That means the Nico will likely die, but Jachi is traded. Support for AD carry. Jachi realizing he couldn't flash towards his own turret to try to get towards vision, like the bush, the far edge of it. Couldn't escape the Pop Blossom though. Did end up on vision as a warp was dropped by the Ezreal. So will likely lead to dragons here. As the Ashe being down, a little bit problematic. Wei was the one who picked up the kill there. Are we going to see a contest? They really full sent both sides. Being down his... Wei did go to look for contestants, because of course he did. Flash for the Blast Cone, should get out to safety. Flash from Pantheon burned as well, but that was a little earlier on. And that will likely be dragging the WE. Nice little play from them. Pause. Don't know for how long, but we have got ourselves a pause. I'll say hello again. You're welcome, by the way, for the rookie info. Looks like it was a Monkey throwing that pause out. Allegedly, don't actually know. Normally, it's the person who first comes up on camera who is the culprit for starting the pause, but who knows? Relatively even-ish game right now. Again, my worry is that Monkey's been put behind somewhat versus the Way. Or Way, rather. The Way. Be a good name as well. But, again, decent skirmishes, couple good ults. Has managed to get Jachi a couple times. That's quite nice. He is definitely someone you can look to pick off. Like Jachi, like his ceiling, but definitely got a little bit of growing to do in terms of some of that positioning and decision making. Sometimes over aggressive in his laning positions. Sam Alex, agree Pilk drinking would have to be a subathon goal. Yeah, probably. Excellent. Excellent. Not sure what this pause is about. Once we know, if we know, I'll let you know. But so far, nothing. From this game state, what are we thinking? I mean, the dragon will be nice. Stops the stacking from IG. Because I think if IG got second dragon as well as everything else, I'd be a bit more nervous. That's not happened, so that's at least something. I think about being ahead on the Ezreal's good news, because I think he is going to have to be one of your more important carries. Speaking of about, there he is being highlighted. Your damage this game is a little bit reliant on that Ezreal being in a good position to be a real threat rather than just being on the rise, who again is not having the most fun into the Cassiopeia early on. Still, gold close enough, objectives close enough, should make for a very playable mid game. Again, with your double globals, I kind of want to see a little bit more probably from WE. Monkey still worrying me a little bit because again, had a couple fumble players as well as the good ones. And being down a fair amount of CS is still going to be a problem. I think the Jarvan's innate value in a team fight very, very high. Hey, Monkey, good to see you. What's my favorite color? Depends. I think blue's often a good one. Though I don't mind sort of purples are pretty nice as well, but I tend to more like indigoes. Or like a violet, something striking rather than dull with the purple though. My goat Mako, hell yeah, he's back. Here we go, back to live. Monkey should get this one quite happily. Has managed to catch him a bit in gold here as well, actually. He's only a couple hundred behind, so feeling a little less bad about that one for him. Not down in levels. It's a relatively even game. The only thing I'll say is obviously about now 2-0-1, up 20-odd CS. About to get towards things like that Manamune, and obviously more mana yet, we'll need that transformation. It is going to be a major win condition, and that is good news for the side of WE. About, I don't know how much I trust him with the lead, but him getting ahead on the Ezreal, one of his more story picks, I think makes some sense to me. Breathe with Grubs, however, is still going to be, I suspect, a problem. Somehow Renard doesn't have his lane quest yet. Should get it shortly. Doesn't matter quite so much when you get it in mid lane, to be fair. Jachi has his. Mako speeding his way up. Echoes of Helia to his name. I think for the side of IG, you can afford to play a little slower and scale if you need to. Plus, of course, you have got this Gnar, who is going to be a serious problem. Definitely a win condition angle, up 700 odd gold. Has gotten themselves Grubs to work with as well. In fact, yeah, 2-1 on that front, so she'll be able to crystallize here for a decent chunk. And once you get Black Cleaver, I think it could get quite dicey. Nice little flag and drag over the wall, but it's only onto a clone. We have got Herald up. Are we fighting for it? I think with the fact that the Cassiopeia is shoving very aggressively topside to get prio, my assumption is yes, we will see IG start it. So whether we'll get a contest is another question. Monkeys around, arrows wide. Jachi not on the best angle with that. The ward there gave just enough license to make that a bit of an obvious ult. Here we go. Can potentially look to encore this. Cataclysm onto Monkey's been split off from his team. The Ezreal's coming now. So the encore's wide as well. And now Ura gets to re-engage with the Pop Blossom. Renard is here though. And that's a good beat drop after they blow up Ura, who went to try and save his jungler. And dies for it. Petrifying Gaze is well short. Especially as about Arcane shifts away, but will cost a flash as well. Ura saves Monkey's life, but at the cost of his own. The turnaround is just not quite there. Especially because basically About and Ura weren't really in position to start fighting for a little while. Bot lane turret falls. That's first turret. Where did Breathe go? Did he just did he TP to that play and I missed it? Quite possible. Let's have a look now. Arrow is well wide, and it was onto the clone anyway. Slightly awkward. And then Monkey ends up quite split off from his team, basically. So About and Ura get sort of trapped on the wrong side of this wall. This is 1, 2, 3... Yeah, 3 to 4 seconds, really, before About gets involved. And it's a good Pop Blossom, right? The problem is... Yeah, it is Breathe TPing, and at which point it all gets quite dicey. The problem is you only get 1 kill here, so you get a kill and a Herald. But it does come at the cost of this bot lane turret, and gets Cube back into the game. Because he was down a lot of gold. Renard's still in a good spot, though, himself. He's the one who picks up the kill there. Don't necessarily blame Ura for looking for that play. But basically, the moment the teleport comes through, everyone peels back. And also, just a little bit late to defending Monkey, who kind of chose an awkward route into the river there. Ezreal obviously didn't want to hop across the wall and get himself done in by Cassiopeia, but still quite tough. And I do think there is going to be a world here where people like this Pantheon, the Rise, the Nico, are going to have quite an unfun time into the Cassio. I'm not convinced, actually, either that Yorick is going to have the easiest time in the Cassiopeia either. I mean, the Dark Procession of the Ghouls can still be annoying for her. But the moment you start looking for the last rites, things like the Miasma get really annoying. Herald picked up. That was the price. WE for a nominal amount of gold, but not exactly a game-breaking amount right now. As these towers begin to fall down, though, expect to see these Pantheonauts have a little bit more room to get behind some core members. Stylistically, again, I prefer Breathe with side lane pressure over Cube. Oh boy, well there's the encore, the Cataclysm turnaround, there's a Pop Blossom turnaround in trade, but the problem is the damage just isn't there as About has to back away. 1-1 right now as Cube has turned up, but another beat drop, and Jachi's free firing with the Ranger's focus. Out comes the Petrifying Gaze as well, and About needs to hop away, but no, the Twin Fangs bring Ezreal down to size. There is no anti-venom in the world to cure you with that one. Karis will get shoved top, but there's a Herald in inventory, there's a Dragon up, and I think IG will look for one or both. Nice arrow to force the flash, but it means Ura's not here. And then Jachi steps forwards, waves around, the Grand Star falls in, and it's just too far for a Monkey. I don't know what to say. Ura's not there, it has no flash. Encore catches your 2 damaging numbers. Ura does his best. And again, you have to Pop Blossom there or the fight is like worse than it is already. But Cube TP's in and just kind of dies some more. Renard is here with the flash. The Petrifying Gaze is excellent. It's tough. Yeah, so one of Jachi's deaths was bad. One of them was just good play. Arrow comes on down. Jachi needs to keep running away. Phantom down to speed is dead anyway. They got the Dragon, but came at the cost of AD carry. Meganar, though, is a problem, and here comes the Cassiopeia, and Karis is in the enemy jungle. So congratulations, you killed the Ashe, and are going to be forced to burn some extra stuff. That's a bit far away, he doesn't get the flag and the drag. He's now trapped in the Dark Possession, dies as well. So actually, what does that end up being? 2 for 1. Better. The flash from Karis is enough, plus the Ghost to get him out, and Wei ends up trapped in a Dark Possession with no Cataclysm. Herald was burned bot. Breathe is not actually all that ahead in gold because Cube has now picked up 2 kills, which is quite funny. played an okay game of the Yorick. You know, we've been maligning his carry performances on a broader scale, but as you know, played a decent game here. I wonder whether Yorick should have gone Iceborne Gauntlet here. Useless into the Cassio. And Trinity Force is far too good on Yorick. You trade too much damage. I think you just don't have any threat at all with the Iceborne. The utility's not enough to stop the Gnar, especially in mini. And now you got Shojin happy enough. Breathe has gone to the Sterex Gauge, so he's wanted a team fight a bit more clearly. And you've got the Jarvan, so certainly got that very useful portable wall to be put up. Neither team's managed to get and hold a significant lead, though I'll note that IG are much, much ahead in terms of the objectives. Herald, Grubs, Double Dragons. That's a big deal. And I do think as it comes down to 5v5s, Seraphine plus Jarvan plus all of the CC of a Cassiopeia Ashe, Mega Gnar with a team fight build on the Gnar is quite a lot to deal with for WE. About, at the very least, has picked up a lot of gold. He's 100% KP. He's got that item spike that on the Ezreal that we've talked about basically since Ezreal's inception. So it's not like, so you have at least got some way to team fight. I just do think there is a discrepancy where IG will likely be scarier. Arrow wide, flag and drag out. Jachi's accuracy's been pretty hit and miss. He's been very profligate with his arrows, throwing them out as soon as they're off cooldown. Renard has actually had a very good game here as well. This Cassiopeia has been excellent. And a Cassiopeia that's ahead into the Rise, and the Yorick I think is going to be a pretty nasty one to manage in these side lanes. Okay, Petrifying Gaze, I don't know about this one, Renard. Sorry, Karis. Too many members coming up to keep fighting that one though, so they'll have to back away. Don't close the stream, Monkey. Stay around. You're needed to play the game. Why are you here, Monkey? You should be playing for WE right now. About's gonna be forced to flash. Flag and drag though. In comes the Grand Starfall encore. All the turnaround damage. Jachi, so much healing though, because he's got a Seraphine behind him. Does eventually go down, so it's now AD for AD. Over comes the Nico. Wade now in danger. Flash out from Mako. Gets a very long range flash there. Cube is here, so is Renard. TP in now from the Gnar. Everyone's here. About burns both summoners. Jachi holds his flash. Huh. Even enough. Even enough. Both top laners end up TPing. 55 seconds until Mountain Dragon. And that means About is going to be playing this Mountain Dragon and Mountain Soul point fight without his flash, which is a little problematic. Mako's down his as well, though. And again, Seraphine without that's fairly big. Just picked up a Mikhail's, though, did Mako. Yeah, Seraphine is quite annoying in terms of her ability to keep people topped up, as we just saw. W poke from the Ashe, spots people out. Ward in the mid lane, arrow wide again. Jachi just not been landing those, has he? Seen probably like a 20% success rate. Could have just stopped the Seraphine's quite annoying. Fair, right? Good to see you, by the way, mate. How's life? Yorick Maiden down. That's potentially quite significant, actually. Yorick, not the best team fighter, but the Maiden being a kind of annoyance that goes unnoticed in team fights can be a pretty big win. Pedro looking at the game, unlikely, but who knows? Dragon about to get full over. Breed goes in. Dragon secures that soul point. Flash out from Q. Dark Procession. Grand Starfall. But the encore for the turnaround. Monkey with a decent age so buy some time. But is it enough as Wei keeps looking? Flashes out himself. And Pop Blossom interrupted. They're going to get down with Renard. We're not down. The shields from the Seraphine are disgusting. Ajachi free firing. Cube is square rooted. And they end up getting 4 kills for the price of just the Cassiopeia, who stands and delivers and does a lot before she falls anyway. Actualizer was online. And now they can turn back towards this Baron, soul point in their hand, and feel pretty happy about the state of the game. Monkey is around, does not have flash, does not have ult, does not have a blast code. He's not getting in here. And Bree's going hunting for him anyway. 2-level advantage. Does get jumped on a little bit here. The arrow after, the Aegis Assault is there. Overcomes Wei. True Shot Barrage is around. Decent healing with the Conquer, but goes down finally to a hyper proc, and Baron is also taken. So they get the jungler. Thanks for the follow, by the way. Titan G-Man. Or is it Titan G-Man? Depends whether it's a Brazilian crew or not. That encore was excellent. Mako's had some really good encores this game, guys. That route with the petrifying gaze completely stuffs Ura, who was looking for a flash, by the way. Huge, huge play from Renard. Mid lane turret about to fall. This is likely going to be a fairly significant amount of gold picked up. The Jarvan with the Cassiopeia splitting bot. Defensive engage tool with the Gnar backing up the Ashe Seraphine as the front liner there. Interesting split of the 3-2 with who's in the 3 and the 2. Normally you see a little different there, but either way will be fine. Turret falls. Bot lane likely going to be similar. Wei is the one being donated a lot of this lane farm, interestingly. Cassiopeia went into the enemy jungle, picking up the blue buff. Ah, that does make some sense. She will love that. It's actually quite low on mana, has been using it to clear the wave. So, yes, important. Of course, Actualizer does burn through your mana reserves, even if you are a Roa Seraph's building champion. Fortunately, blue buff, that mana regen is pretty potent. Pop Blossom, not bad from Ura. The Grand Starfall after. The problem is Ura is now dead. Monkey is charmed up. Can't get onto Mako very well. He's got a shield here in a second. Mikhail for a bit more healing. About does kill off Jachi, that's not bad. And he's going to get rooted, though, by another good beat drop. Renard trying to trade. The Twin Fangs are enough. Even in the 1v2, triple kill to Wei.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
And sure, you lose your carries, but 3 members down. And with massive death timers, this will be the end of the game. Ura will try, I suspect, to buy some time and away, but I don't think IG are going to let this one slide. No. Okay. They are, in fact, going to keep this game then. Well, well, well. I think they have the window there. I guess without the AD carry, perhaps they were worried about tower damage, but they have enough. Maybe Jarvan's not awful. Maybe didn't want to overplay their hands. Well, we'll have another team fight then. I like that it's an alternative to Rabadon's. Yeah, that's probably not a bad way of thinking about it, Warman. Basically, especially if you're a mana scaling champion rather than an AP scaling champion, it's a way of getting more bang for your buck on like mana scaling, right? So your Rises, your Onivias, your Cassiopeias, just get so much out of the Actualizer, especially if you just kind of pick your moment to really go for it in a team fight. It kind of gives you that What was that? The spell orb that used to have the active that used to give you crazy damage once you stacked it. Vladimir used to build it. Dawncore basically stole the item, like icon. Yeah, good to see you. Monkey, don't know about this one, mate. Spellbinder, that's the one. Thank you. Renard's left quite low here. Hang on. I think there's a decent fight angle. Petrifying gaze there. Oh no! Karis is dead. Renard wasn't as low as you thought he was in the end. He's still got a Seraphine. Oh, the flash, flag, and drag extension. Ura goes in with the pop blossom, but again, it is small mercy for a fight that has well and truly been won by Invictus Gaming. Arrow is going to land onto a bout. Jachi's not hit many of them, but the one he has hit has been quite significant. And about can buffer through briefly with a arcane shift. Took me a second to remember that one, but that's all he really finds is a second or two. They're not going to stop for the dragon. They're just going to end the game here, as they should. I think they could have done it before this, really. Not to be the case today. Towards the Nexus IG roll, convincing teamfight wins. Way with an excellent Jarvan performance, 9-3 and 14. That is actually 100% KP on the Jarvan. God damn, good work. Renard as well, very, very good Cassiopeia game. Hey Harold, good to see you. That was some very good stuff, I think, from them. Mako, great game on the Seraphine as well. Mako deathless, yeah, especially considering the amount that was thrown at that bot lane. Very good stuff from him. Especially considering, actually, Grand Starfall was on top of Mako basically every fight. I think Wei or Mako are probably my two calls for an MVP. Breathe had a solid game as well. And, of course, Renard probably does need a shout-out for having a very good Cassiopeia game as well. Couple good players. Actually, the more I think about it, probably something like Wei, Renard, and Mako, depending on what you valued, then Breathe. But those on-calls were exceptional. Though Wei's early pathing was pretty damn strong, I think it probably should be Mako. But I think the argument is fine either way. Right, let me do that thing where I pull up Spotify. We got it loaded. Yes, we do. Excellent news. All right. Cool music, but we probably ought to do the Spotify shenanigans. Some pre-roll shenanigans. That's a little annoying. Okay, well. Ronaldo's good. The split. Yep. Oh, just got the ad break as well. We'll have to do some ads later on then to keep our pre-roll topped up. But if you don't want ads, subscribe. That's the way of these things. Let's turn my camera off again briefly. Have a look at this. Yeah, Breathe just whacked Cube for most of the game. Not a surprise there. Good damage from jungle and mids. I mean, Karis wasn't exactly doing no damage here. Oh, the highlights. Harold, are you trying to rizz up Mecha in chat? Look away for a second, and what's going on? My faith in Karras will not falter. I think Karras had an okay game. So I think Renard was better than him. These petrifying games were genuinely great. Has Jachi been good today? No. He was the worst member on the team today, or on this game. Is that why, Corey? Possibly, you know. No comment from me. Any news on Rookie's comeback? No, not yet, actually. Not yet. Not yet. How was game one? Hey, good to see you, SLR. Yeah, not yet is the answer. We were assuming a few weeks, but we don't really know. It was kind of last minute in the first place. But Renard's having a fairly decent showing. He's not been perfect. He had a very good Cassiopeia game here, to be fair. So good for him. Yeah, kind of what I'm thinking, Mecha. We'll find out. Because again, it's some fairly significant personal life changes, so we shall wait and see. Hopefully he's back soon. Of course, we'll miss him playing. He's pretty exceptional. But yeah, game one, pretty decisive from IG once they got the lead. Though it was pretty close up until the mid game. Basically, where it all started falling apart. The Team 5 IG was always going to be stronger for my money, and they didn't really get enough done with the globals and the Yorick to get value elsewhere. Good to see you, Pillow. Right, guys. I am gonna leave this camera on. Renard, Wade's gonna get MVP, 100% KP. Yeah, I mean, he just did a lot of work, didn't he? Very good early stages. Very good early stages. I think that's a reasonable pickup. Way to go. Haha. Give some another coffee and just go for a quick bio break. Anyone know when a movie that was in theaters comes out on a stream platform? Depends on the run of the movie, but normally something like 3 months. Can't quite remember, but 3 months, something like that. Depends on deals and stuff. All right, let me put this here and run to the bathroom briefly. I'll leave the camera on because that way we don't get in trouble in the ad break. Probably. What's the best way of doing? Do I just need to? Let me just move this like here early on. Whoop. There we go, a little bit. That should help us with the... oh, what? It moved the camera. Oh, move the camera alone. That's very annoying. Hang on. Why are we on? Oh, I see what happened. Because I had to do the... I see what happened. That's fine. Move that there and there. There we go. And I'll return shortly. Boop. Chair, look after them. Oh. Hello, chat. Right, I need to run some ads. If we get the chance, we'll have to do it after draft, won't we? Ugh. Maybe I narrate draft from chat. There we go. Oh, man. Apologies for that. Quick hide. Yeah, you're not allowed to narrate draft from chat. How dare you consider such a thing? Doing an excellent job, though, so I'm not very big conversation, I'm afraid. It's the way of these things. He's the quiet... The quiet type. Right, to turn this off and get El Music back on. There we go. And then give me my projector. There we go. That's time. Right, let's see if the WE can bounce back in this next game. I think IG have been quietly impressing me. They are not going to be a top team, I don't think. Not until Jachi steps up, gets a bit more growth under him. And we know how good he can be, but I think some of his early ints are problematic, shall we say. Finished 5 days in a row of working nights. Oh, Lord almighty. I really enjoy this the lo-fi music. Yeah, it's Sessions Diana is what it is, which is right creator safe, which is really nice. Oh, who are your ads? Hang on. I need to run ads. Yeah, the problem is if I run them now, it'll overrun draft, Harold. So I'm going to do them after draft. But thank you for reminding me. I know, basically because for whatever reason it self-ran ads. After the game, but not long enough. So I've got to buy you a pizza. Why have I got to buy you a pizza now? Harold said, if I buy him a pizza, I get to time out someone. Oh. I see how it is. Right. I'm being used. I see how it is. I eat all your insulation. I mean, we're in an old East German house. Do you think there's insulation in this place? You're going hungry. Where's Alex? He is doing some social stuff. He's got some other bits to resolve today. Namely, taking Angie to the train station. Will I marry you? Duo? No. I'm sorry. My heart is already taken by another. League of Legends. Got him. Got him. He's on his way back now. Oh, good to know. I think he'll probably take the day off anyway, because he's just done 2 days without me, because I was doing other LPL with Archerum. Right. Draft is here. Fearless bands on top. New bands coming on through. Azir, Karma. Yeah, fair enough. Karis does love an Azir. The Nocturne away from Monkey. Very easy go button. They do like to use their globals where and when they can. Ori Rumble, practically permabanned, especially if it's a potential first pick. But again, the fact that it's being banned when WE have first pick is a little surprising. That either says they don't or won't play them, which is unusual. I'm fairly certain Karis at the very least plays the Orianna. Or they have a very specific first pick in mind. There's no Renekton ban, so I doubt it's going to be an Ambessa. Shinzao gets through ban. And actually, I do apologize. Okay, so it was IG with first pick. Apologies, I got baited by the arrow flicking back and forth. That makes much more sense about why the Rumble and the Ori are on red side. Apologies, guys. Take that back. Shinzao comes on through. Very easy first pick. And this will be Yunara Lulu then for about an era. When are we getting an Angie cast? Angie is something of a cryptid. Getting Angie on a microphone requires great and terrible sacrifices. Hey, good to see you, Brainy. Ambessa. Don't hate it. Especially because you've already got the Lulu behind you. Denies the Lulu from the Shinzao as well this way. You don't necessarily want to lock Yunara without the Enchanter. So Yunara's power goes down for IG. So realistically, they can still pick it up on 3 while getting a hold of the Ambessa, which they would have liked. So I suspect we just see Korkinami here, right? Yeah, Korkinami. This is now Yunara. That is not Yunara. Much of a muchness bot lane. Both kind of trade out well enough. Yunara, Lulu slightly more aggressive. Consistent DPS with the Q active from Yunara, right? The cultivation of spirit. But then on the other side, basically the Corki and the Nami will do nasty things if they're given the opportunity to get a good fast bomb trade. The sustain allows them to deal with some of that damage that they do pick up on occasion. It gets Corki through that laning phase, which he's normally pretty strong in, to be fair, but Corki, an okay scaler. The problem is a lot of his damage is reliant on him Valkyrieing forwards later on in the game, and that means he can't Valkyrie out. So he is not the easiest champion to pilot in later stages of the game in most drafts. Can follow the Shinzao relatively well in these skirmishes, though. Only Tim Hortons where you currently reside. There are in London. There's not in Berlin, I don't think. Galio Aurora. Skarner banned. Yeah, Skarner's right up in the meta now as well. I think especially with the jungle already picked. Shinzao doesn't have the most fun to Skarner because, again, you end up melee range of Skarner who just drives you into a wall, which he ignores your Crescent Guard with. If you've done it on someone else, and then you can get impaled. Not always the most fun. Can be quite obnoxious in up front. And Monkey's always been one of our better Skarner players, actually, to be fair, as well. It's how WE made up into Group Ascend partway through last year as well, with some phenomenal picks onto Arn's Kaiser with that champion. Annie for Karis sets up for the Ambessa well. It's very much I need CC and a go button pick. Annie, I've seen a lot of Annies end up falling on their face a little bit as well, so I'm not entirely sold on the champion, but I see what it's supposed to do in the draft. Hey Amber, good to see you. Scion for the front line for Breathe. Ari, very strong 2-item, 1-item skirmishing core. Win the game through the snowball. That would be what that would suggest. Ari into Annie's a weird one. Not actually that much fun for the Ari. You need to get early Merc treads pretty much every game. Victor probably a little bit easier to deal with the Annie because you just keep her away. Throw a gravity field down in front of you as she puts a molten shield on and deal with it that way. Gives you a bit more scaling and AoE to work with. Gives you some options for the later stages. What's our last pick then? Strictly speaking, this Ambessa can be a flex. Don't see a lot of Ambessa jungle, if at all, actually, at the current meta, but can be done. Trundle? Trundle. Okay. Does allow you to deal with that Scion. It's a good matchup into the Shinzao. Most of these characters as well, not going to have the most fun getting over that pillar. The only person with the dash is the Corki. Solid enough, I think. That's a nice last pick. A Monkey, again, one of his sort of pocket picks has always been that Trundle. Right, guys, I need to run some ads. I can do it now. So if you don't want to see adverts, subscribe. Get that Twitch Prime in here. WE need to stomp early or their backline access is flimsy. Yeah, I mean, Ambessa can do it if she hits a lot of good ults, but I agree. I agree. I think if they'd gone towards the Ari, we might be having a different conversation, but they didn't. You do have the ability to just blow up the front line, I suppose. Because the other option, Alex, I'm not going to lie, is because you've got Trundle, the only real front line is Sion. And with Subjugate on, you will just tear him apart. Yeah, even then, Ari into Sion and Nami is a pain, exactly. And Annie's not the most fun matchup. You've got to, like, rune and item choices are very specific. Then, you know, you want your bone plating, you want your merc treads pretty heavily. All right, towards the rift we go. Camera goes off. We'll listen to the Gyos and keep chatting. Decent Gyos. Start at the level 1. How dare they? Heal for heal. Nothing super scary in those runes there. I think phase rush on the Victor, just trying to escape from things. Siphon power. It does allow you to trade with the Annie a bit more freely, kind of like can deal with her electrocute trade somewhat by the Q. I'll be interested to see what the Victor ends up maxing, whether it will end up being the Q or the E. Probably still the E for the wave clear, but we'll see. IG with the better mid-game spike, interestingly. Rating WE later on. Again, it's only 1% swing either way, so much of a muchness here. And again, statistical bots are sometimes not taking the whole of compositions into account. Cube on a carry worries me somewhat. Tried the Yorick last game. Had a weird old time. Sion can get shoved into the Ambessa early, then once you get things like Eclipse, it can be a bit more frustrating. I'm assuming Cube went towards Grasp in this matchup. Did indeed. There we go. Wait, pathing topside because the Yunara Lulu's gotten the early shove. Just want to play where you've got a little bit of priority. In fairness, you're getting shoved in every lane here, which is a bit dicey. And I don't think the Xin Zhao wants to take a 1v1 with a Trundle with the bad time in general, because then you end up being next to a Trundle who just sort of auto-incues you. That steals your attack speed and you cry a bit. It's not good fun. Which 5 champions would you love to see the return into pro play meta? Elise, specifically jungle Elise, I miss it. Possibly something like a Kindred. Again, I think games with Kindred in are always super interesting. Same sort of deal with like a Nidalee, right? These kind of very aggressive, basically has a lot of interesting jungle champs. Because I love that kind of meta rather than... I'm a little bit tired of Sundered Sky junglers, guys. I'm not going to lie. I'm a bit tired of Sundered Sky. Xin Zhao's been meta for like 3 years now alongside the Vi. Bot side dive, over comes Monkey. Jachi gets chunked, does nearly get Eric, can't quite flash away from about. Dive completed successfully. Picked up by about. Not a lot really that Jachi gets to do that. I don't think the flash gets him out safely. So they get double flashes, and about an hour will need to reset, but a dive is successful. Karis now going to be here as the Scuttle Crab's around. Wei is here as well. And with Renard about, he's going to lose a second Scuttle Crab. So that's the price. Monkey done this both games in a row, really, where he's ended up dropping a fair amount of farm to make the early plays. Of course, last game, Wei stole a whole quadrant. We are seeing some LeBlanc and some Akali, so happy to see those in mids. Samira, if she was actually viable, is always great fun. I need one more. Camille. We see it very occasionally, but I think Camille is one of those champions that is just so stylish to watch. And I think with the way that you're trapped in lane right now, some worlds where with some grubs you could do some potentially quite cool stuff. Maybe some AP junglers and stuff as well might be cool. I mean, I'd love to see Eve in Pro, to be honest. But I think she's a really weird one to watch in Pro. Eve works when people have forgotten how to ward against her. And I just don't know how that viable that is right now in the current year of our Lord 2026. I think if Eve got, like, a Q clear buff, it's possible. Because the problem is at the minute, she doesn't clear quickly, she doesn't gank early, but still needs to snowball, and never becomes an actually very quick clearer. She just doesn't. And that's the price she pays for the invisibility, but at 6. And for her snowball, but at 6. So her early game and her kind of economy game are quite suspect. Towards Dragon we go. WE starting it early. Trundle does love to do it. Ways around, can look to steal this. Got the steal again, Way, and the level 6. Oh my days. Right, Mako's dead. Gets blown up by a good play from Karis to come down from the tri-brush. And backs away. Jachi should be just about out here. Will probably end up costing him a bit of a wave here, though, because he lost a lot of his HP bar. Shout out to LPL English, by the way. Did a great little graphic on Mako's Enchanter win rate over his career, which is like 67%. He's a phenomenal Enchanter player, probably our best Enchanter player in the LPL, particularly over the totality of his career. Gets to go on the Nami again, and again, Enchanters right now feel really, really good. Potential bot lane dive. Jachi didn't reset. Didn't want to lose this wave, but he's got to be so careful. Mako's about to face check. Bubbles there. Pillar's behind. So is Way, though. Tidecaller's blessing. Out comes that glitter lad. Still trying to jump onto Mako a little bit. Rocket from over the side of it as Monkey has burned the subjugate, but it's now down. He's in danger here. Does have a flash. Is he going to be asked to burn it? No, he's not. About with no mana. Makes things quite scary. Flash for the Aqua Prism is wild. White. What I was looking for. Wild, sort of, as well. That's a party fish. Way has now gotten 2 steals on early dragons in 2 games. Monkey, this ain't it. Flash, audacious. Wind becomes lightning smite. Gets the level 6 off the dragon take. Mako does get blasted, which is a bit of a shame for him. But hey, your work here is done. And now Way is up a significant amount in this game. Got on the XP advantage, nearly at level 7. Got a significant farm advantage as well. I think that could be a fairly significant win condition. Earned a 100% KP MVP last game. Very, very involved with everything, which is always good to see from your junglers. And Monkey, we know how core he is to WE's identity in terms of just winning games. Bit of a play into mid lane. The Arcane Storm comes down. Not too much to see about that, though, as Monkey's in danger. Does need to flash out. Does so well. Cube, though, going to get jumped on. Has to turn around with the public execution. But where do you run, my friend? Alas, be there or be cubed, I guess. Unfortunate for him. Does go down. Picked up by Breathe. Does have to burn the flash to help get on top of that, but we'll be quite happy to pick up that kill. Gets the nice chunk top side, and Way will take the early grubs as well, so the early objectives going the way of Invictus Gaming. Monkey around, but has no flash, so realistically it'll be 2 over to the side of Way. Has got a smite, so should be able to pick up the last one as well. Pillar here shortly. Breathe has just left. There's a TP coming. Monkey, I don't know about this, mate. You're going towards Breathe. Oh, Monkey. Oh, dear. Does have a subjugate. Is he going to be asked to burn it? Soul Furnace coming. He's not going to ult away. Now Renard is coming. Got a blast going to work with. There's the gravity field. Breather's sticking around. There's going to be a subjugate. He's going to get chunked out pretty heavily as the subjugate is burned. But now Renard is here. Well, Breather's a lot of his health bar as Jack is going to get run up with the Arc of Ruin and the ult popped by about, but doesn't die. Doing his best just to play alive. Now, Renard going to keep Karis from the lane. That's really annoying. Merc Treads for the Victor. Makes sense as well. Wrapped camp steal away. Monkey's still not having the best time here. Been a while since Way is back, by the way. I think this might be the full Sundered Sky. Indeed it is. There we go. Spike secured. Of course, generally speaking, Trundle loves to go towards the Trinity Force first, so just a bit more of an expensive item. Breathe clears out that wave. Plate was picked up by Cube. Probably isn't going to be far off the Eclipse, I'd have to imagine, especially with the Sunfire Cape picked up by Breathe. No boots stopped off by Cube, really wanting to focus down that first item. There's the crystallized turret plate. A little bit of empowered auto there with the Siphon Power, so good chunk. Way, Mako, Jachi. Now, Bart, we think you're diving this. Think it's risky with the Polymorph and the Wild Growth. Yeah, Arc of Judgment just into that bush. Wondering whether anybody's there. Doesn't land onto anyone, though. Monkey now in mid lane. Just trying to get this shoved down. Give Karis an opportunity to back. Has got the Malignance. Understandable on the Annie. Just try and get as many ults out as possible. $1,000 or so gold leads 2W again from this bot lane. Good chunk onto Ura there. That is a Tidecaller Blessing and Sheen auto. Whoa, over we go. All right, Way. Monkey's left low. Can they get the kill before the subject? The Tidal Wave keeps the Trundle locked in place and wipes out. No surfboard for him. Nice kill on the Trundle. No flash. Subjugate not enough. And Way will now turn to the Dragon with the jungler dead. Good work from him. Renard now gets jumped on. Gravity Field into the Arcane Storm. Karis needs to run away. Start to bonk onto this Scuttle Crab. Bonk, 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 bonk. Monkey should pick that one up pretty cleanly, and indeed does. Decimating smash. No, I don't think we're going to contest over these honey fruit. Relatively low kill game right now. Way is going to be a problem this game, guys. He is. And Monkey being behind is a difficulty as well, right? Because part of the reason you last picked this Trundle was to absolutely destroy this front line and then be able to get onto the squishy members once the Scion is down. Because as Alex noted when he came into chat, that getting past that front line once you hit mid-game is not going to be the simplest, really. But having the Shinzao ahead, additional kind of conditional front line, gravity field, all that stuff not the most easy to navigate. And if this Trundle is just getting blasted, you're not really dealing with the front line, are you? Still has got the Trinity Force now. Wait, we need to smite this. Does get the red buff. Does smite, gets out. Backs away before he gets jumped on. Good. Heads up, disengage from Wade. Doesn't even lose his red buff for doing so. Got 3 minutes till the next dragon. Victor's left alone to this turret. He's like, please come help. I think I'm about to be gagged. And he's right. There's a lot of people around bot way. Gets himself a Tidecaller's Blessing. Stacking up that free Talon strike can potentially go in. The Crescent Guard early denies about a lot of his damage. Who's burned his ult for little avail. And now Ura is really alone here. About now stepping on forwards. Everyone's coming on in. Man, good damage onto Monkey. Public Execution flashed away from Mako. That's good damage as Jachi's left low but not taken out by the Tippers. And now Karis goes down. At the very least, the Xin Zhao dies to the side of Cube. But where's Cube going? He is going to get out here. He's a little bit scary. Mako, I don't know about this one, mate. You need to run away. Speeds himself up with the Tidecaller's Blessing. Aqua Prison, Ebb and Flow. Backs away. So that ends up being the 1-for-1. Breathe should pick up this turret, though. Or not the turret, but at least a couple plates, rather. That was better than I thought as Cube missed the ult, but still managed to get onto at least Wade. Let's have a look at exactly what happened to him. Because basically, they come down here. And it looks pretty messy to begin with, to say the least. Tidal Wave is good. Denies Monkey and about a lot of their initial damage. And I'm thinking, a little bit split off here. And they jump onto Monkey, can't quite kill him. Karis full sends at Jachi. The Public Execution is flashed away from. Karis is full sent with the flash, but doesn't actually have the Ambessa following. And then Wei, having already burned his ultimate, just gets taken out by Cube. Can't get under the turret enough, as the flash allows Cube to follow. So that's how that one worked out. Slightly frustrating for Wei. Still, gets to now head on to this Herald. Second dragon was theirs as well. They've had to pick up the Herald as well. And this objective stacking is worrying me. Full WE. They really need to stop that, or I think they're going to find themselves in a tricky position come mid-game proper. We are beginning to crest into that period of the game. First item's largely done. He pulls off the Herald to begin with. You're going to get a bit of a contest here. Chunk onto Ura. Going to get stunned up, and he's just dead. Nicely done. WE in the river in force. Doesn't quite track where Karis is, and does not have all that much in the way of defensive tools, and gets blown up. Nice pickup. Cube goes mid. 1,000 gold lead to WE, and they should pick up the Herald, having mashed poor Wei. Monkey just clearing out his jungle. Not exactly the most exciting thing we've all seen, but hey, here we are. It happens. Ooh, here the Sarnal. Here we go. Play it to the mid lane. Want this turret. Don't quite hit the turret as well. The Wild Gun flies up and about. He's gone. Absolutely annihilated. Karis gets chunked. Not taken out, though. Turret falls. Cube will deny a wave to that turret, but the dragon is about to go down as a result of this. About was a lot of your gold, was a lot of your team fight damage. Maybe Cube can ult someone. There's a lot of ults up and available. This would be tricky to contest. Bernard not quite here, so it could be a 4v4 briefly, but I think the victor would get here a little too soon. That's just going to be the dragon picked up, and now Soul Point for IG. Cloud Soul this game, not bad. Mako enjoys it well enough. Wei is a big proponent of it. Bernard not bad with it. Sion not bad with it either, depending on how long or short range his ult is with the Unstoppable Onslaught. A move speed when you've already got some issues with getting to key members past the front line. Full WE sounds really annoying for them to deal with. When did Monkey even recover his entire CS deficit? I think after 2 deaths from Wei is what happened. Yeah, basically. Good from him to do so. Those couple deaths allowed a lot of those caps to come back. Flash from Jachi. Oh dear, that wasn't the best TP of all time. I think that Breed is going to be here, but they return the favor of that mid lane gank and collapse. As the tidal wave, not enough from Mako to keep him alive, as a good pillar from Monkey. Denies the fish exit from the plate, no chance to flash, and gets blown up. Nicely done. They don't get the neutral objective on top of it all, but hey, is what it is. Herald play secure. Even game again. It's not at the point where WE fell apart last game, though. About with the 2 items. Very explosive damage now with Ardent Center and Fiend Hunter bolts. For this split to be attributed as a success for both these teams, where would each of these teams have to place? Good question. I think for IG they need playoffs. I think realistically it's playoffs and a decent and a win in playoffs is probably it. If they can push for more, that's overachieving, I think, relative to certain teams. Realistically, BLG, JDG, AL are struggling right now. Top Esports, Wavo, probably slightly above them right now. They've got quite a lot of teams to contest with. Jachi needs to get over the line there. Pillar denies him a full retreat. Really good set of ganks now from this bot lane. As Jachi dies again. And actually with the JD carry deck, can they look at the Baron? I think they might be able to. They're certainly going to ping for it and force the fight. Breathe needs to roam on up. And you're missing your Corki. Good gank. They'll start charging on in. Out comes the Arcane Storm, the Tidal Wave. Oh boy! Even in the 4v5, they're causing some trouble. Flash from Renard, looking for that death ray. Dies for it. Little bit deep from him. Monkey, though, left quite low. Does have the Subjugate ticking, but Aqua Prism goes down. Q goes in. Lacerate, Drake out step, and then flashed. A Decimating Smash. Has no energy to work with. And that means Ambessa falls as well. The 4v5 leads to a 3-for-1 from Victus Gaming. Nymaera is going to be knocked up, knocked down. The wind becomes lightning, and Mako on this Nami gets to pick that one up with an ebb and a flow. And one big fight as ever, even in the 4v5. And suddenly you lose the Baron. You don't have the ult on the Yunara right now. You don't have everything to work with as Breathe goes in. And they just eat AoE. Way is Giga scary. Renard has got that storm hitting 3-4 people. The majority of the game does eventually get jumped on. But in many ways his damage is done. That gravity field's put down, forces Monkey onto an awkward retreat. And Wei is just such a problem. Shinzao plus Enchanter, guys. Not the simplest to kill the front line. We've already been over this. That's without your AD carry, guys. Slightly disgusting. It's an ally TP they're waiting for. Dragon's 30 seconds off. Baron's been picked up. IG have the gold lead. That's a 2,000 gold swing. Death cap for Renard. Ooh. I fear for WE right now. They've lost pretty much every neutral objective not named Herald. Yeah, you're not wrong, Esfand. Esfander, yeah, like it was a good recovery. And again, Monkey is a good trundle. Like, we saw some good picks from him across his mid game. Is how WE got to start that Baron in the first place. We thought with the 4v5 they'd be okay, but it just not a great team fight shape. And Q gets Renard and then doesn't have a great time afterwards. Karis has not got flash. It's going to be on Vision as he comes around here for a flank angle. They know he's there. Gravity Field's going to deny him now. He's not going to be allowed to come on over. Public Execution flagged away from by Mako again. Way with the Crescent Guard. Dragon is secured. IWE, that's good news. The pillar was good. And now, of course, Monkey with the Subjugate has it timeout. That's not great. Now Jachi going to Valkyrie away. The problem is the rest of the team is just not there to support Karis. They lose that member. Everyone else looking quite low. The Glitterland slow is decent. And Ura has to flash as the Whimsy speed up is good. Monkey left about 10% HP. I don't think IG are done here, though. Jachi looking for some more damage. Lands a big one damage. Another Glitterland slow. Ura's going to be left low. Doesn't have the flash anymore. The Wild Growth's not enough, and they lose the Enchanter too. A lot of gold here still to pick up. They still got that bot lane outer turret, but they're going to go towards mid lane instead. 2 members to the good. Deny soul to WE, but I think unfortunately for them, a lot of their pick tools, well, their safety tools are about to fall. And that means with the resets, mid lane tier 2 probably in danger. But no, resets coming on down. Don't want to overshove it. TP's onto Renard. Breathe can't join here. There is no public execution. Renard's going to need to put down a gravity field at some point. He might just die. The Ray's coming. Overcomes Way. They've got really deep for this. Oh no, the Cypher power shield. They double TP to lose both. Karis is surely dead here as well. It took too long to kill the Victor. Oh, WE. That ain't great. That ain't great. I don't have a lot more to say about that one. Double TP to lose both teleporting members in a 1v2. That just doesn't get much worse. Yikes. Monkey on this Trinity Force Trundle should just bash down this turret. He's actually still a very good split pusher. Even from the jungle position, trying to trade where you can, especially after it went so wrong on the other side of the map. You just got to get gold where you can. You can't afford to take nothing during this period of the game. There's no way you get to defend either with double solo laners dead. You're still going to lose 3 turrets here at the back end of this. The economy Baron is strong for IG. Find themselves up about 4,500 gold. Can they get another tier 2 here? Sion's ulting. Monkey gets healed to escape from the plate, so only a plate or 2, and Wei will be allowed to help shove forwards. The Black Cleaver is done for Wei, who has been really, really potent this game again, despite only being 600 or 700 gold ahead. Dead man's on Monkey to try and help close down the distance rather. Jachi now at 3 items himself. Serpent's Fang, yeah, Cube's gonna have shields, Lulu's providing shields, as is the Annie. Good item, really, at this point. It's not green. I'm about to say if it's a green smite from Monkey as well, even more value. It's not. It's gone towards the Gust Walker. Tower under siege. One turret's under siege. Another such Team 17 games. Oh my god, about is just dead. Oh no! Nymaera problems. To threaten, you have to position aggressively. In team fights, doing so puts you in position to get stunned up like that. That was really poor. About's early games have been solid this series. They really have. But he's just been lackluster in these team fights. Been a little too simple to get picked off, even with the Enchanter behind him. Yes, Renard did play as well in game 1. He had a fantastic Cassiopeia game that was fantastic. He was very good in game 1 on the Cassiopeia. Took it as a counter pick into the Rise. Flash to Petrifying Gaze and Invisible Nico to stop her coming in. Lots of stuff like that. The victory with a K. What does the fox say? Ring ding 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 da ding mostly. Dragons up. So, for IG, W managed to get the last one, but again, it came at relatively heavy cost. Now the backs have come on through and some very scary items. Renard has got death cap on top of everything else. Karis, I don't know whether you want this face check. Ow! The Annie's forced out of the play. What's happening at the rest of the fight? Renard will keep running at the Annie all the same. Breathe in danger. Flashes over the wall with the subjugate rolling, but there's a good heal behind him. Renard doesn't quite kill off Karis. Has to flash away as Monkey's looking for them. But because the solo laners aren't here, and they can't stop the soul going the way of Jachi and Wei. Renard with a big shield of the turret. Monkey running at the Victor does get the kill, but of course he gave up soul to make this play happen. Cube flashes out. but will not get out to safety. Breathe now hunting for a little bit more. It's a big old Scion. Karis is there, gets a stun, won't really matter. Monkey gets to reset because they don't know he's on Wolves. But still, Renard did his job. Takes up multiple people's time, including the junglers. They get sold, they get the kills. They actually get to start walking into the enemy base here. Welcome back to one Nymaera.
I've been here the entire time. What a wonderful series to have casted, you said.
I muted him, guys. Muted him. This Nexus is absolutely under siege, and there is nothing WE can stop their walls, their turrets crumbling. The mid to late game team fights were just on another level. They look so much more coordinated. Renard, the substitute for Rookie, looks good. We're looking at Way and Breathe as well, having fantastic series. It's an enchanter meta for Mako. All the stars seem to be aligning. Jachi, maybe some questions in those early stages, but still team fighting just fine. And you know what? I'm going to be quietly excited about IG. I don't know how they'll do against the top esport. I don't know how they'll do against, God forbid, a BLG. But I expect them to be someone who makes a little bit of a run in playoffs at the very least at this point.
No, IG, no, I'm liking the way they're drafting. I think you're absolutely right in terms of the player identities. It's looking solid for this team. I like the way that they're picking up stuff like the Scion Nami. I am convinced that is the best front-to-back duo.
Horrific, yeah.
Not fight against a Scion frontline and Nami putting this Huddle Wave through it. And W on the other side, when they were there at their best, they had early fighting meta where they could combo up with jungle support, make those picks, get Monkey into the game. They're just not at that level right now. Hello everyone, how's it going?
There you go, you might have to lean across a little bit, there you go.
Yeah.
Hello.
I'm back. Angie has been safely whisked away by Train. I'm happy to take over for the next series if you feel like it as well.
Do you want the day off?
Nah, I kind of want to cast the second one, so, and I know your voice is...
Honestly,
I wreck your voice.
Honestly, mate, my voice is a little bit tight. I'm doing okay, but I think if I do another one, I might be in trouble.
Yeah, it's all good. That's why I figured, like, I'd let you finish the first
Okay,
series, obviously.
thank you. Yeah, that's cool. Fantastic. Well, I'll let Alex take over in a second or two. I'll take over until the beginning of the kind of pre-show for next one, so get yourself set up, get yourself coffee, all that kind of jazz. I'll do some food for us, and we'll go from there.
Game sounds a little high.
Okay.
Just because, like, the way I've messed around with it, sometimes. I mean, to be honest, it still sounds fine. It's just that when it gets to the louder team fights, it gets...
Right. I actually was on this.
Yeah,
I dropped it down because we had this call earlier, and I kind of pulled it back up. So it feels a little quiet in my ears.
Yeah, I know, but when you listen on Twitch, ends up being about right for that.
Oh no, that's the wrong thing. Actually, well, probably is right because we need to do to Spotify, don't we?
The setup things.
There we go. All good. Good. Caught that under there, and we run some adverts, guys. What we do? If you don't want adverts, what do we do, chat? Subscribe. Twitch Prime. Subscribe. Support the channel, basically, guys. It's a big one. We are full-time on this casting grind right now. Need all the help we can get from all of you. Get ad block, Amber. It's not helping. Lead mod, by the way. If you can't afford the sub, that's no problem at all. But of course, if you can, please do consider sitting around for the ads. That makes a big difference. There's a Ko-fi link as well. If you want to donate via that, particularly you guys over on YouTube. In fact, let me go do that. I've not really done that as yet. Ko-fi. And of course, my socials as well. You can come follow me. Make sure you're following us at the various socials. Those numbers help us get more sponsors, get more money to keep doing this kind of thing. Pop that in there. Pop this in here. Good ways to come help and support us. And again, as I said, I'm at Initialise Cast on various things. Let me turn this off so you can see those numbers. Do apologise. Appreciate you, Katari. Oh, yes, of course, Alex's socials as well. I forgot about that socials command. I don't think there's a third command. What is it? Make sure you're following Alex as well at Nymaera. Good damage there in general. And Monk, I think Wade's had a great series, honestly. Jachi, good team fight recovery. He was put under the pressure quite a lot this series, partly from his own mistakes, but I think also because we saw a lot of concerted effort to make him suffer. Which is sometimes the way of these things. And I still have a lot of love for Jachi. Just need to see him sort out this early game. The inconsistencies there are hurting. And again, if he's going to play at this top level, if he's going to tango with the best, he needs to kind of show he's got it in him to... I love this saxophone. Actually, it might be a clarinet, you know. Which is quite low. Probably an oboe. Which I love even more now that I think about it. Oboe's criminally underrated instrument. This was a rough one. Karis tries to make the flank play and gets annihilated. And then again, look, it's 2 levels of advantage in mid. Karis forced a rocket belt out. Cube and Monkey both end up forced into the enemy jungle. They try to jump on to breathe. The subject gets on, but he flashes out. And now Monkey's not in the pit, so you're giving up soul. It's just not great team fight decision making from WE, I have to admit.
I mean, it's hard to with the comp, but it doesn't mean the decisions are good, right?
Yeah, and like... Here's the thing, right? You drafted the Trundle last pick to basically say, look, between Ambessa and Trundle, we can eviscerate the Scion and then keep going to the backline, or have the Ambessa get into the backline. But again, it's Cube on carries when Yorick and Ambessa. And in fairness, I don't think he was like the lost condition in either, but I didn't really see him get to the point where I went, ooh, that's scary, you know?
Yeah. Okay, I'm good to go whenever.
Okay.
Sam. Thank you for the first series. Everyone, big shout out to Sam.
Thank you.
I'll say thank you to Sam. I'll be doing the second series and giving Sam a chance to rest his voice and stuff. Turns out, doing like however many games a day we do, and I think it's quite a lot. We end up doing, you know, on average over a game a day. Well, honestly, more than that. Like, I think back in 2020, I think I averaged like, you know, a game a day or half a game a day or something. That was like the low point of like the amount of casting we did. Hello everyone, how's it going? I'll be taking back over again. What have I missed? Let me move that slightly that way. It means I can lean back a little bit. Hello everyone. Yes, Angie is safely off to the station. I have water, I have coffee, I have Red Bull. You know, those are the 3 food groups which a streamer lives on. Yeah, but everyone, thank you to Sam. Always very cool to... It's very special, actually, to be able to, you know I can kind of, like, take half a day off or a day off. The stream will still be live, and I still got, like, top-tier caster doing the shit, you know? And the same for, you know, both of us doing that together and whatever. Obviously, it's nice when we get the duo cast, which we do most of the time anyway, but it's nice to, you know, have that extra sense of security. Right. What do we want to do in the break? Have we ran adverts? Yes, we have. What did I miss from today? Had a couple of follows, Pinchless resubbed, had some Brotax. Cool. Ben Up subscribed as well, appreciate that. Is it playoffs ready? No, it's not playoffs yet. We're well before playoffs, don't you worry about that. We are in week 2 of 7. We're on week 2 of 7. We've officially crossed over into week 2. Top Esports JDG next, that's going to be huge. You know, Top Esports JDG used to be the matchup to watch. I mean, we did have that string between 2020 to 2022, which was just wonderful. I think we've got an interview coming up by the look of that. That's to all
真
listening
的
to
那
here.
在这里，
I'll
我
leave
们
you
首
with
先要恭喜 IG 战队赢下了本场比赛。来到我们赛后采访的呢是 IG 战队的中单选手 Rina， 你好，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 IG 的中单 Rina 的。
好，欢迎 Rina！ 哇塞，今天真的是第一次来到我们的赛后采访席，对吧？先说说有没有站在这里，会不会感觉到有点紧张？
会有一点，这是肯定的。但是我也现在在自我缓解。
好的，看得出来啊，今天你们又是一个非常干脆的2比0赢下了比赛，顺利的拿到了队伍在第2赛段的一个开赛以来的3连胜。你个人感觉怎么样？
感觉是非常开心的，然后，对，就是开心，很开心。
好，2个字就可以概括全部的心情，更多的可能还要下去再反复的回味一下。那从大家都知道啊，你来到 IG 开始是从青训到 LPL， 再从德杯一步一步走到了 LPL 的舞台，现在站在这里被大家看到。那想问问，你觉得 LPL 的强度和你之前参加的赛事相比的话呢，它有一些什么样的最大的不同是什么？
我觉得最大的不同是队友之间的协同和配合。我是非常能够感受到，在 LPL 的这种强度的联赛中，配合更好的那一方，往往是取得比赛更容易的那一方，这是我最大的感受。
那你也说到了，就是队友之间的协作是非常不一样的。那想问问你，作为一位就是新的选手吧，算是小将、新人小将中单来到 IG， 那么队友很多都是经验丰富的老将了，他们给到你什么样的帮助？不管是赛场上还是生活当中？
我觉得教练组和队里的哥哥们对我都是生活上和游戏内都是关爱有加的，就是他们会时不时的鼓励我，游戏里也会夸我打得好或者是怎么样，这会让我自己内心更加的自信，然后打得也会越来越开放。是的。
感觉得到整个 IG 的氛围都是非常的友好和融洽的。那可以看到啊，从你首秀的第1场比赛开始就备受大家关注，你也是不负众望，在第1场比赛就用发条拿到了你在 LPL 的第1个 MVP 嘛。那想问问，从 LPL 新人到 LPL 的首发，你自己觉得自己最大的成长是什么？
我觉得在整个过程中，自己最大的成长是自己的自信心。然后我觉得，在游戏内容方面上的感觉是，差不多的。我觉得对于我最大的成长是在生活外上的成长。然后我特别喜欢 IG 的氛围，我觉得 IG 的氛围是非常棒的。然后促使了我游戏外的自信，然后带到游戏内的自信。我觉得这一点对于我来说是很明显的提升。
特别是从心态由内而外，从平时的生活当中，再正反馈到我们的赛场上，和 IG 整个战队和哥哥们一起成长，看得出来 Rina 选手是非常能够善于表达的一位新人中单小将啊，非常开心今天能够在这里让更多的召唤师们更加的了解我们 IG 的新人中单。那现在你们也是跟队伍一起拿到了3连胜嘛，想问问这会让你觉得压力很大吗？还是说反而更加有动力了一点？
我觉得并不会感受到压力很大，这反而会让我们更加的去努力，然后去做好，达到更多的东西。我觉得这现在就是对于我来说是没有紧张的，就是我会做得更好。
我们也非常期待你在之后的一个表现。今天的2场比赛呢，其实 IG 看得出来都是胸有成竹的。第1局你的蛇女阿闪也是在中路非常精彩的一波操作。那第2局呢，虽然前期在经济上面一直没有和对面拉开差距，但是在这个中间一波大龙坑前的以1换4之后呢，你们是慢慢的把差距找到机会拉开了。那你们在这个期间是如何决定一点一点去扩大你们的优势的呢？
首先我们队伍里面的微选手和 Mako 选手，他们会就是说我们阵容里面所选的英雄强势点和弱势点在哪儿，然后对应的我们去在游戏内做出来，然后厉害的时候就打，不厉害的时候就避战，这也是我们取得很大优势，或者说劣势对局的时候没被拉开太多差距的原因。
思路是整个的非常清晰。那最后一个问题，作为新人来到 LPL， 你对于自己这个赛季有什么样的个人目标呢？
我想先拿个最佳新秀，然后冠军的话，我会努力往那个方向走的。
好的，非常自信。我觉得新人小将出现在我们的赛场上，就应该有这样的野心，并且有这样的信心，直面一切的困难和挑战。我们也期待这位04年的中单新人小将能够带给我们更多的惊喜。谢谢瑞娜来到我们的赛后采访，接下来的时间我们一起交给解说席。
Hey, an extended interview there with our IG player. Hello, welcome back everyone. Let's get ready, I suppose, for our second series. The next series, folks, is huge. You know, for a while, Top Esports versus JDG had, I'm not going to say became irrelevant, but it definitely became, you know, second. It became second best. It'd been tarnished a little bit. JDG versus Top Esports is incredibly important. Did I talk about the co-stream post on Reddit? Well, I actually made my own tweet about it as well. I can talk about that during the break as well, because effectively, for those of you that don't know, there was ESL have made their own effectively co-streaming, right? They basically posted their guidebook for co-streaming, including the regulations for their events, and this is particularly for Counter-Strike, but this will apply for other ESL things as well, I believe. Which effectively, there are a lot of different guides in there, but the highlights I remember are. You basically have to watch the whole broadcast. You can't start early or end late. If you're gonna basically, you know, you're gonna tune in, you can't be like tabbing out to watch other things or, you know, switching between broadcasts or something like that. Let me go find the rest of it actually. What were the full regulations? Let's have a look. Because a lot of people were getting really up in arms because people were reasonably saying that, hey, it's pretty good that co-streaming has like a bit more guidelines to it rather than just kind of doing whatever and undermining the main broadcast, really. So basically, the co-streamers were, you know, the co-streamer code, the guidelines for this year are, you know, there's professionalism, neutrality, and code of conduct clauses. Player of the series is Wei. I mean, Wei's been so critically important for IG. Yeah, neutrality is basically like not talking about anything which has like, which could be, you know, basically sensitive. To stuff like politics, religion, things like that, right? Which I think, you know, that makes sense. That's not something which, that's basically to make sure that the tournament organizer and the broadcaster don't run into any trouble by proxy, basically, because they don't want any of that kind of thing attached to their event, which I do understand, because it's not, I can understand that, you know, basically they don't want that to happen there. If you're going to talk about that stuff, do it on another stream effectively. Professionalism, so basically don't disparage your tournament organizer or the sponsors involved with the event. That makes sense. Stuff about mandatory feeds. Basically means partners must use the official English broadcast feeds. So for instance, with the old, this is actually important here. With the old LPL English thing, a lot of co-streamers would go and just use the Chinese broadcast, which meant that we as LPL English got screwed. For instance, I know that certain co-streamers, when certain casters were on, would watch the Chinese feed instead because their chat didn't like certain casters. Which meant that it just meant that we kind of got a bit screwed with that. But you can go back and watch some of those VODs and you'll notice that certain co-streamers always use the Chinese broadcast. Some co-streamers use the Chinese broadcast when certain casters were on, because their chat, I suppose, didn't like those casters. And that really undermined it. That really undermined us as a broadcast. What else was there? Always on coverage. Co-streamers are approved as parallel distribution hubs. So basically it's an uninterrupted experience as one of their bullet points. Your co-stream must be a continuous experience from start to finish. Switching away to other streams, gameplay, or just chatting. I would imagine there's some flexibility with this. It's basically saying just stay on topic and don't like, you know, for instance, I know that, you know, a lot of people switch over to other games, particularly if you're a co-streamer like MSI and Worlds and stuff. You know, if it's during a death segment and you've got like another window up, like, I mean, technically, well, this is why I didn't do Uma Musume during the actual like death breaks. I mean, not that it matters for this because there's no official broadcast like in English for us to be doing this with, right? But I wouldn't be playing like Uma over the death segments. Although to be honest, like, okay, I really want to preface this before I go any deeper, right? if there are no rules for co-streamers should play within the boundaries they've been given, and they should try and, you know, get the most out of it. The problem is you don't want co-streamers to undermine the main broadcast and make the main broadcast basically eventually collapse in the future, because that is what happened to the LPL. You know, a lot of people think, oh, but LPL English had bad viewership. It didn't used to. It used to have very good viewership, and then, you know, half the audience went to various other co-streamers, which ended up really hurting the way that we broadcast. You know, I came in on the downswing of LPL. Now 2023 was kind of like the downfall of the broadcast. 23 going into 24. You know, you go back to like 22 and look at some of those finals there. Already co-streaming had overtaken the main broadcast at that point, because those co-streamers would literally just switch between LPL and LCK. Or LEC, and you'd have like, and LEC would understandably get annoyed at this too, where it's like, oh, there's a 5-game series in LPL, it's overlapped with LEC. Our biggest numbers are now watching LPL instead of LEC, and they're switching between the games. I understand that. You know, but then again, the co-streamer should be doing that, because there's no guidelines for that, and they are the ones which, you know, they have to look after themselves. But, you know, basically, if there are no regulations, these things will kill broadcasts. They will. But yeah, so basically this would be a bullet point to just say that you can't do that. If you're co-streaming an event, you must co-stream the event. You must be focused on it. That's what I take that interpretation to be. Then there's a gameplay bullet points. So this is for CS, defined as the start of map 1 until the match concludes. ESL broadcast audio must remain audible at a reasonable volume, and 5% picture-in-picture limit. So that's during the game. Like, during the game, you can't be covering too much of the stream, basically. And also, you can't just, like, turn the audio off. Because, again, like I said for LPL, the old LPL English broadcast, some people just turned off the stream completely. They just, like, you know, this is also, for the record, this is also one of the reasons why you don't see cold opens on the LEC anymore, because there's no point. The audience isn't live. I mean, we've definitely had points where, you know, co-streams just aren't live for the start of show, so we don't do cold opens anymore. And one of the reasons why there's less emphasis on, say, something like PGL at the end of an LEC broadcast day, no one's watching it, so PGL just becomes a bit of a defunct product in some ways, you know, which is a shame, because it's really good content, and I think it should be something which people enjoy. It's a great way to learn about the players and their personality, and if you complain about players not having personality or blah blah blah, then perhaps you're actually just not partaking in the content. This is another side point, and I'm tangenting here, but if you're someone that says, I don't like the desk, I don't like the broadcast, I think one of the things which is playing into that, and you know, there's definitely places where that can improve. Definitely places where that can improve. I'm not going to ignore that. However, a lot of the time, people just aren't even watching it. I mean, we've had points where we've been criticized on broadcast, and then, you know, we turn the question around and say, well, okay, what did you think about this segment? And they say, oh, I didn't watch that. That's a great segment. You know, there's points where, for instance, we were on the LEC, there were some co-streamers who said on socials or whatever, you know, the LEC broadcast criticizes XYZ players. They're very harsh on them and they're biased against them. And then, you know, we showed them some segments and said, I say we, like, they were showing some segments and they said, oh, I didn't see that. And I think this is the problem with, like, this community group thing of huge audiences getting these kind of group opinions. I actually don't think, I mean, there will be a sizable part of them which you just don't like the main broadcast, and that's fine, that's okay, that's why co-streams exist. But I do think there is a pendulum swinging too far the other way, where people aren't actually watching the content which is there, and I think they're unfairly judging it at that point. What else is there? So basically, during the game, you can't just have crazy other stuff in there. Yeah, okay, so basically during death segments, you can't have more than a third of the screen covered, which is fine. Like, as long as yeah, I mean, like, a third of the screen is crazy amounts, you know? You don't need to cover more than a third of the screen during death segments, walkouts, and interviews. That, like, 5% in-game, I understand. 33% on death, that's actually very reasonable. That's actually really reasonable. And what you can do is you can literally just get like a third of your screen just being the replay. Because I saw some guys like, but I can't do this stuff during the broadcast. Just have a third of your screen be for the replay or whatever. That's actually completely fine. Pre and post show, anything occurring before the countdown clock hits 0, you can do whatever. Basically, before the countdown hits 0 and after the trophy ceremony or whatever, you can do whatever. That's fine. So basically, in moments like this, I can have anything on my screen. This is actually very reasonable. Like, so 33% in death segments, 5% in game, and then anything before and after the countdowns are done, like before like the end of day and the start of day. I think that's completely fine. Yeah, and during gameplay, you know, you're only allowed 5% on your webcam, so basically you can't just take over the entire screen, right? Can't obscure sponsors, completely reasonable. Your chat must be transparent and occupy like a smaller percentage of the screen. That makes sense. Your social handles, like, again, like can't be like too massive. And you can't have sponsors, which typically the way this works, you can't have sponsors. Hang on, we'll go over here as well now. But basically, you can't have sponsors which like aren't approved by the co-stream already. That's the same for everything else. You can't have like sponsors which aren't approved by the co-stream, which makes sense. Oh, we definitely go off topic as well, but I like to think it's entertaining for sure. Like, yeah. Commercial, blah blah blah. And then the one other thing as well is there's one thing which I really think they need to clarify. There's one thing they really need to clarify, which is the likeness license, which is effectively, they say that they have a perpetual royalty-free license to your likeness, voice, and excerpts from the broadcast for marketing and promotional purposes. Now, as long as that is marketing and promotional purposes for that event or contain, you know, anything from that event is fine. Anything you do on co-stream for that event should be okay for them to use, and you shouldn't be able to copyright strike that in the future as well. That does make a lot of sense, basically. You know, the more I read through that, I mean, as long as there isn't anything like a bit crazy in terms of them being able to use your likeness for events which aren't things you're signed up for, well, I suppose they should be able to use footage from that event for future events, but nothing outside of that. As long as they don't manage to overreach and encroach onto your other things for that, for future events. I actually think that's completely fine. I think a lot of people are misunderstanding that. You know, you can still cover a third of your screen in the death segments. Why do you need to cover more than a third of your screen in a death segment? Like, how much is a third of the screen? Let's have a think. So, like, half a screen is like, you know, like that, right? Like, a third of the screen is like, you can cover up to like, you know, like this. That's actually, yeah, I can cover more than this with a replay. Like, if I could just have a smaller window with that. That's completely fine. I really don't get what people are up in arms about. I'm just so perplexed by it. But yeah, yeah, no, but then obviously I made a tweet about it. You can check my Twitter and, hang on, we'll get into it. We'll change the, there we go, cool. But yeah, you can check my Twitter, and I made these comments saying that these are very reasonable. And of course, some degenerate fans are there being like, oh, you're blah, 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 you're a bad person, and you're so boring, and you shouldn't have a job. And I'm like, well, I am a co-streamer as well, so this also applies to myself. I'm saying this for this. And just like, this is the reason I don't interact with a lot of co-streaming audiences, but, you know, besides my own, I really like the community I've got. But like there are just some people out there which are just will protect their favorite content creator without realizing that they may also understand the problems of this situation too. Like, co-streamers aren't unaware, you know. Okay, this is the goal difference of 15 leaderboard. Top esports are really high up on that. I think that Tien versus Junja is going to be absolutely insane. Gala versus Jackie Love. This is an insane matchup. I'm so looking forward to this. I am so looking forward to this, folks. Honky versus Cream. Honky had a fantastic match the other day too. You know, this is a really fun matchup. You know, finally. You know, finally, JDG versus Top Esports isn't just a mid-table / struggling set of teams. Again, you know, where one of these teams has fallen off. You know, we had, you know, JDG fall off in 2024 and then 2025, and then, you know, Top Esports, they had a fantastic couple of years, but really JDG since the Super Team era just didn't feel the same. It didn't feel the same, and now suddenly we are at a point where both of these teams should realistically be going international. Realistically. I don't understand, but League of Legends caster Nymaera said it, and I'll protect them to the death on noted internet Twitter. Yeah. And again, by the way, folks, like, you are not obligated to agree with me. Obviously, you know, I tell you my perspective, and I hope I tell it in a compelling way, and I hope you can see the logic behind that. But like, you can cover 33% of the screen during desk. What? And I think the other thing too is people saying, oh, but like if the audio is at a reasonable level for ESL, doesn't that mean it's going to get messy? Guys, that's legitimately people who are like complaining about, oh, it's going to get so messy with audio. It is literally a skill issue. Just get side ducking. If you don't know what side ducking is, it means that when you've got competing audio sources, one will end up being ducked for the other one. So basically, if I speak, the loud things in the background get put to a lower level. Just have sidechain ducking. That will solve all of your issues. Which means that when you're talking, you can hear it, and the other audience, it's like sidechain compression. Yes, sidechain. Like if people are complaining and saying, oh, but if they're sort of audible level and blah blah, isn't that going to be so messy? It's literally a skill issue. Just get sidechain ducking. It's not much of a problem. It's genuinely not much of a problem. Okay, we're going to get ourselves into the interviews, I believe, before the game.
各位好，
Let's
欢
have
迎
a
来到
chat
赛前
to
采
our
访，我是
players.
泱泱。我们邀请到的是北京 JDG 的上单选手小徐，跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 JDG 上单选手小徐。
欢迎小徐，今天在上路你要对位到的选手是醉安，他非常的年轻。从你的视角来看，你觉得他是什么样风格的一名上单选手？同时，今天上路交锋的重点会在哪儿呢？
他是一名对线非常激进的选手吧，上路应该就是前几级的对线吧。
那我们就期待你们在上路对线的交锋哈。这个是局部的部分，
Oh my
那说一
God,
下
her hair
整
is so
体。
pretty.
今天队伍面对到的对手是滔博，他们在第二赛段打得非常的强势。你觉得今天交锋的胜负手会在哪儿呢？
对战滔博今天交锋的胜负手应该就是野区，然后包括资源团战吧。
好，那我们就聚焦于你们的野区规划和资源团战，我们一会儿见，比赛加油！ 同样，我们也邀请到了滔博的辅助选手风月来跟大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是滔博的辅助风月。
欢迎风月，最近大家都夸你打得非常的好啊，在团战发挥得很亮眼，当然也觉得对线可能有一些小小的提升空间。在对线这个板块，你觉得你跟你的下路搭档杰克磨合的怎么样了？
其实训练赛展示出来的磨合效果还不错，但比赛的时候我的很多放技能时机其实不太成熟，然后在这个点上波哥也是教了我特别多。然后现在我觉得我可能会比之前放的会好一点。
那今天我们就期待了。那你对于这个下路组合的期待是什么呢？你脑海当中的画面？
期待那肯定是就是发挥出波哥应有的实力啊，因为我觉得现在。 就还因为对线有我的原因，就他的实力发挥还是挺受限的。
但是因为波哥就是杰克是很有经验的一名选手嘛，所以可以多带带你，然后两个人一起打得越来越好。那第二个问题，之前你采访的时候说想要找小灿找温帕尔复仇，为了今天实现这个目标，有没有给自己设立一些什么样的小要求呢？
当然有，昨天晚上把他们最近的比赛全部都很细的研究了一遍，然后就今天最主要的点就是要抓住他们野辅的每一波动线，防止他们去搞到边线去起到节奏，然后把我们该打的资源团的落位落好，然后打团打好。我觉得我们能够战胜他们。
那就看你表现喽。我们比赛加油，一会儿见。
I just realized my mic's muted. Does anyone miss the crazy scout hair? You know whose hair I miss? Aki. Aki's hair was crazy. That guy is so tall too. He was like height as me. Okay, I guess we're getting onto the stage now, folks, for top esports JDG, the El Clasico of 2020 to 22 out here in China. Given new life, these two teams are on the shortlist for MSI representatives. Captain Jacula back in for top esports alongside TN. Top esports given a breath of fresh air. Interestingly though, top lane also changed for them. Suyan playing instead of 369 for this split so far. They've travelled over to Beijing to play against first stand representatives JDG. They look strong, defeated anyone's legend. The best team of 2025 from the LPL, handily in their last series. They have a strong read on the meta. Very, very strong early game jungling, very strong early lanes. Transitions into solid team fighting. Definitely a team to beat. Perhaps a team that is limited in some options, but they use those options very well. I think the early game jungling between Tian and Ginger is going to be crucial. Always going to be crucial.
LPL 第二赛段组内赛第1周第6日的比赛，滔博对阵北京 JDG 即将开始。LPL 无畏进巅峰。
And of course, we're all waiting here for the Kingdom. Cream walked the wrong way around the stage. Good job, buddy. Oh, gosh. Cool stuff. All right, let's get settled in, folks. Let's get this place humid. Music is a banger. It is. It is. Okay, so coming into this series, there's a... Okay, well, let's go roll by roll. I think Suyan versus Xiaoxu, we're expecting Xiaoxu to get the better of that. However, Suyan, he has impressed us. He demolished Flandre, and Xiaoxu is a very strong individual laner, so this will be a very good opportunity to see how much Suyan has grown. He was a guy that debuted on IG a couple of years ago, didn't really impress. Now he's come back into the LPL, and he's actually looked very, very solid. I appreciate the follows, by the way, to Roana and to Hayes as well. Appreciate the both of you. If you are someone that is just watching in the background, please think about dropping a follow, a like, a subscribe, depending on the platform that you're on. It does make a difference to us. Yeah, Sam, who you saw earlier, is my in real life brother, and both of us use this stream to pay our rent. We're lucky that this stream is fairly popular. We are on here every single day. On the days where there isn't LPL, both Mondays and Tuesdays, I keep the stream live and I do some variety on VOD reviews as well. But if you'd like to see more content surrounding the LPL, especially since there is no official LPL broadcast in the English language anymore, please think about subscribing a channel like this one. It does make a difference. It does mean that we can keep the stories of these teams, players, and this whole region alive. This is currently the best region in the world, and it doesn't have an official English broadcast, so honestly, this is more important than ever. Especially when it comes to teams like this, teams which, you know, top esports, which have got these old classics coming back, but there are players like Suyan thrown into the mix, which means that this is not just the top esports that you knew. There is a story behind them, a trajectory for them. Top esports, you know, at the start of the year were... I didn't think they were going to be good enough. They obviously were. They were strong. And then, of course, the drama of Nio hit. So many things have rocked this team of top esports. They brought their classics back and we're into the draft for our game 1 of this second series. JDG Top Esports, one of the most legendary modern matchups within the LPL. In the olden days, we had RNG versus EDG, RNG versus IG. Eventually moved on to this JDG Top Esports, ever really since 2020, that first finals they faced off in. Then in 2022, these two teams were something special. Orianna banned away, Pantheon Rumble. So no Pantheon Rise, no Jarvan Orianna. Speaking of that, Jarvan probably should be banned anyway. The Ashe for the Ashe Seraphine. We still have Lulu Yunara. We still have Ambessa. We still have Vi. We still have stuff like the Nami lanes. We still have Karma. Karma's huge here. And bot lane is going to be so important in this matchup. You know, we talked about the junglers. Now, Tien versus Junja is probably the most important role, but of course the lanes are going to factor into that. Honky and Cream, they faced off well against each other throughout their history now. Both last year because they played a first stand. We saw that Honky decked Cream actually, but then Cream did very well this year so far anyway. Bot lane, the Gala Vampire, they pride themselves on their 2v2. They pick very heavily for it. Do they give a first pick Karma over? No, they don't. They don't want to give that over to Fungyue, who is a younger support, younger even than Vampire, who came in starting, of course, in 2024. Jarvan first picks. You don't want to pick anything too immobile now. You could pick a Corki, you could pick an Ezreal. Bard is available, you could go Ezreal Bard. You could go towards something like the Azir in the mid lane, which is fairly mobile. Aurora as well, also not awful there too, to be able to jump out of the Cataclysm. Basically getting trapped in the Cataclysm is bad. Now, the other logic is you are tanky enough that it doesn't matter, so they might lock in the Ryze anyway. Honky, very good Ryze player, destroyed Shanks on Azir in game 1 of yesterday's series. Do they lock that in with a Shinzao? Do they lock that in with a Nocturne? Ooh, they lock it in with a Varus. Okay. Gala, very good Varus game from him yesterday as well. So hovering over there. Garen, Pengu Garen, I hope it sticks around. I do hope it sticks around. Cassiopeia, so they're trying to counter out the Ryze and lock in the Chase. Okay, well, Jace is typically bad against something like the Jarvan, and now is the Jarvan on his side. Gives you a bit of range advantage, longer range even than Varus. Rather, you get to say that. So JDG should really lock in jungle now. Hovering over the Gragas. Now, Gragas, pretty good at that. It used to be okay in that top lane matchup versus the Jace. And of course, a shout out towards 369 as well, I suppose. He's taken a stat back from top esports. Yorick, notable lane counter into the Jace. Suyan, Jace, very good versus Flandre the other day. Xiaoxu, though, people look down on him because he loses to Bin. Don't look down on Xiaoxu because he loses to Bin. Bin is the best top laner in the world, perhaps the best player in the world right now. It's not really fair to judge him on that. Xiaoxu is still a very good individual top lane player. Had a magnificent Ambassador game just the other day. He's on a matchup which can succeed. If top esports don't interrupt the Yorick matchup, the Jace can very much be in trouble. Sivir banned away from Jaculov. Top Esports, they don't have to lock in a mobile AD carry because they're not against the Jarvan. Just need to lock in something which can survive the Varus, which is typically something that the Sivir does. Can go something like the Ezreal, even though you don't have the sustain. Bard banned away for the Varus Bard, which is pretty strong in its own right. JDG could go towards something like the Corki Nami. The Corki can be that second range factor. The Nami gives you the sustain to get through some of that poke. And the Nami's gone because of that. What else have you got in terms of enchanters? Well, Bard, Nami, Karma, those three are the big ones. You do have Lulu, although Lulu doesn't love playing against the Varus. Lulu Yunara would be okay, though. The Nocturne banned away from JDG. You can Poppy, you can Shinzao. I think both of them are fine here. Though the Poppy's not great versus the Cassiopeia, but pretty good versus the Jarvan. And the Nico gives you that big engage, pretty good at locking down two of quite, you know, good targets in those solo lanes. The Jace is definitely someone where if you CC them, they die. Renata, ooh, potential there. If you did that, go for that Kalista Renata. Things get a little bit spooky in that bot lane. Jhin, very long range follow-up, and there's no... It's not... No hyper tanks. It's not like they don't have tanks, though. Jaculov, been a notable Jhin player across his career. Did call up the Yunara Lulu before. The ability to kind of give the move speed to run away from the Nico engage, quite powerful. But if the Varus is on target, it's a lot of... This is going to be a big poke battle. And you've got the Yunara W, Jace is the big one, but Jace versus Varus is going to be huge. And I think, to be honest, everyone on top esports, if they get hit by an arrow, it feels kind of bad. Top esports, they do have the engage of the Jarvan, and Tien on Jarvan has been so nasty too. Okay, Junja, last pick. Is it just going to be the typical Shinzao? Perhaps. Yeah, there you go. Shinzao locked in. There are your compositions for game one. I'm going to put on an ad break just so we can talk about the draft and then also not have those adverts during game as well. So if you don't want any adverts on Twitch, think about subscribing. I'll see you in a minute and a half. Okay, let's talk about these compositions. So top esports. I mean, I like the fact that they have that Jarvan. I'm worried that Yorick is into the Jace for top esports because that is a problem. That matchup can get out of control. And you also have Ryze realm warping up to that point in the map. But even lane ganks from the Nico can be instant kill. You land a bit of CC, the Jace dies to the Yorick follow-up just after. So top esports need to be very aware of the resources that can be put topside into Suyan's lane. If it comes into a 5v5, I think JDG have some pretty good tools to play with too. You know, the Flash Nico ultimate is pretty crazy. Yunara Lulu, though, if it doesn't catch that, they will run you down. All right, let's bump some fists from the coaches. Let's get into the play. Yeah, and as Katari mentioned as well, if you are enjoying this stream and you see a clip that you enjoy, think about posting it to social media somewhere. It does make a difference. It's basically our marketing, really. You know, we do that ourselves. But if there's anything you particularly enjoy as well, it does help us out. Think about liking, following. Makes a difference. Glad to have you here. Let's get into what should be a banger series for a second of the day here over in Beijing for JDG versus Top Esports. Hey, John. Thank you so much for the Kofi as well. I really appreciate you. All right, let's get onto the Rift and let's hear those gyos. Oh, he's magnificent. I want everyone to know that the JDG chants were still loud. It's that they were further away from the mic. I heard the jing dong. That guy's great. Point in chat from ML. Feels like Varus without Flash, disgustingly hard for Gala to play. Yeah, particularly because, you know, Jarvan is perhaps the best anti-Varus champion in the game, really. Bad damage onto Fengyue. Jaculov, however, does get control of the wave. So Fengyue loses some HP. Does dodge out on that W, though, so he's actually... that Q roll, this is not unhappy with that. Hallen's a Glit Lance, too, so he's not trading too badly. Fengyue basically trading some HP for wave control. Is this overpushed? No, not quite, actually. Mid lane Cream's doing fine versus Honkyu. Landed probably like 3 Qs here, actually. He's doing great versus Honkyu in the early lane. Junglers are on opposing paths. Jarvan started red, went Crow's going down the map. He's going to be spotted on his Raptors, so Junja has information. Of course, JDG, the early jungle pathing was really, really good versus Anyone's Legend. Anyone's Legend weren't really good at responding to that. Of course, the Shinzo is pathing bot to top. He's not seen. However, Tien did have a ward on his bot side to make sure that there was no invade coming through. JackeyLove and Fungi also pushing up in the early game. Made it very easy for that to happen. Great trade onto Vampire there. JackeyLove had the auto attack reset. And of course, ended up getting the Glitter Lance onto him as well. So Fungi and JackeyLove early levels going well so far. Mid lane, Ryze gets the EQ. Starts to get more wave clear than the Cassiopeia for now. Suyan does have the push in. Needs to be afraid of, I suppose, the timer gank from Junja. Of course, doesn't really want to put too much time into top lane play, lest Tien gets ahead of him, but still worth noting. Cole first back for JackeyLove. Junja finishing off his first clear. Tien on the other side as well, pretty much on exactly the same timer. What does Tien want to do now? Go into the enemy jungle, put down a ward. He won't be able to get no first respawn yet. Far too early for that. Bot side scuttle. Can be happening. Junja actually a little bit slower on his clear. Jarvan quicker there. But still just in time for the Scuttle Crab to spawn. Bot lane and top lane traded there. And as you'll notice, compared to yesterday for Anyone's Legend, Junja doesn't have a huge early lead. It is pretty much the same. Both of them recalling at the same time too. One thing that we've learned from Shern, Skumond, other players like that, is those, you know, the first reset you have as a jungler and choosing when you take it. Do you take it early for an early longsword to fight for something on the first clear? Do you back a little bit later to try and keep yourself on the map a little longer, like the LCK junglers like to do right now? Does makes a big difference. Cream gonna get ganked in mid lane. Does Honky flash for the Rune Prison? He does, and he doesn't get it. Okay, so it's both summoners away from both mid laners. Cream doesn't even take a chunk though. So he's actually okay with that. Now Tien's topside. Xiaoshu gonna get him chunked on. He gets insect by the Jace. Looks for the Dark Procession, and I don't think it will matter at all. Suyan gets the knockback onto him. Xiaoshu lives. The Q count gets him at the end of it, though, and he'll manage to get the kill. Xiaoshu, one of the very best top laners in the LPL, is outplayed by Suyan. New player to top esports, did debut on IG a little while ago. A player which wasn't really on our radars though. Came back in for 369, auto attack reset from 369 there. Briefly was in the 1v2 against Gala and Vampire. Did a good job there. Suyan first kill in top lane. Xiaoshu losing that flash. Suyan yet to teleport back. Gets it now. Heals blown in that bot side. Gala damage onto him. And again, Jean, thank you so much for the 18 euros, but that makes a huge difference to us. Appreciate that over on Kofi. Top esports. This is why I was getting excited about this team. The lanes looked good. Feng Yue was actually a player I was very impressed with in that first split. To be honest, I was impressed with Nio too, which was meant why it was so heartbreaking to see him go out the way that he did, really. Idiotic decision. Tien with that first assist. Behind, a camp does go into the enemy jungle to get some vision down. Suyan has the first back Dirk. No steel caps for Xiaoshu just yet. Means that the hypercharger, really nasty from the Jace. Has the phase rush. Typical into the Yorick. Allows you to not get chased down by the Morning Mist. Yeah, I've really been enjoying Suyan's play on the top side. Really been enjoying it. He's a guy who's... No, again, my expectations were low for him. I thought that, honestly, 369 would be back in pretty quickly. Just hasn't been the case. Vampire's on the reset. Does put a control ward to the bot side of mid lane. Bush is spotted out because there's another control ward there from top esports as well. Tien farming up his Gromp. Junja on the bot side. Might be a fight over this Scuttle Crab. Of course, it's level 6 Scuttle Crab. That vision in the bot side brush makes a difference for it. Do they fight for it? I don't know if they want to. Yeah, just give it over. Don't have to fight it because the bot lane's bouncing back. Honkyu has the ability to realm warp into the plate, so you don't have to throw a game over that Scuttle Crab. You know, Tien will just get his recall. Dragon started now. Tien did put a ward over the wall to see if they were starting it, and indeed they are. Tien back out onto the map on top side as a tunneler and a longsword, same as Ginger on the other side. Cream not getting a lead in the early lane versus Honkyu. But of course, later on, champions like the Yorick and the Ryze really can struggle versus the Cassiopeia as they walk into melee range and he just destroys them. Oh, this is my first time watching. Are we watching JDG versus Top Esports? Yes, you are. Now, of course, for those of you that don't know the history of this matchup, Jackal's getting great trade onto Vampire there. Top Esports JDG used to be the two best teams in the LPL. Flash away from the Varus ultimate, works out quite well there. Ow, good glitter lance back onto Vampire, who's forced to flash, so both supports flashing. Jackal's been doing a great job of punishing Vampire for walking up too far. When he's got that Q charged up, he never really want to walk up to a Nymaera with a Q charged because, you know, he gets the auto attack reset with the empowered auto attack. Vampire does land the EQ, could trade back onto Fengwei. But yeah, these two teams were the best teams in the LPL for about 3 years, between 2020 to 2022. Obviously, JDG won Worlds from 2021, but in 2020, they had an insanely famous series in one of their finals. JDG versus Top Esports. That was when Knight was on Top Esports, one of his great rise to glory. And 2022 is where this matchup peaks, where we had two finals in a row from them, spring and summer, both 5-game series, had some other series among those playoffs brackets as well. It meant that basically whenever you saw JDG Top Esports, you were in for incredible entertainment and the best League of Legends that the LPL could provide you. Now in 2023, Top Esports could not match that margin, and JDG, of course, had their super team. Good knock away from Suyan to stop the free Q for the last right, some Xiaoshu. Xiaoshu doing fine in terms of the actual... Oh, hang on. Vampire's in topside Jungle City. This is a very easy dive. Top Esports was not covering this at all. This should be a dead Suyan. He's going to die here. He takes down the Maiden. He's going to die on this dive. Lulu is coming up here. Does have level 6. He won't be here in time, though, I don't think. Surely they just dive for free? Do you have the Wild Growth coming up? Now with the Wild Growth and the Wave Glade coming through from Suyan, perhaps not. Vampire trying to clear out the wave. I don't think they can kill anymore. I thought they could have just full sense it. Oh, Vampire didn't have level 6. If Vampire has level 6, it's so easy. They can't, though. They would rather go towards the Grubs. That's what changes it. Honky jumping on towards Tian. Does get that shield of the Golden Aegis in. Top Esports. Do they get level 6 from Vampire off those grubs? No, they don't. No, he's well off level 6, actually. 2 of them taken. Smite used. So JDG not really wanting to fight. Vampire being so low in XP is really hurting them, actually. Xiaoshu does have level 6. He does have the flash, rather. Does he have to use it? Tian not using the Cataclysm. Dark Procession gets him out to safety. I thought Xiaoshu would have lost the flash there, but no. So it's 2 grubs to 1. Both AD carries. Gala versus Jackie. Such a famous duo there. Of course, back in 2018... this was the AD carry matchup, you know, in a lot of ways, you know, well, not around that rather. When Gala debuted, this was the matchup. We did have, you know, Jacula versus Gala is such an important matchup for these AD carries. Well, obviously back then it was Jacula versus Uzi between RNG and IG when Jacula was on there, but later on, of course, Gala was the guy that took up that position from him. Such history between these players, these teams. Funko's actually doing a pretty good job of keeping Vampire at bay. Vampire's still at level 5. He's really struggling at that point. Ult pops by Jackulov there onto Gala. Doesn't take the tower shot. Gala can actually kill with a Q, maybe. Needs to be careful. Does Jackulov does have the flash? Does he flash for the arrow? No. Jump away from Jackulov. Fight over the Raptors. And I hope you all enjoy this next kind of point in the history books between Top Esports and JDG. It's actually a really good combo. The ult lands through and Honku. He does have flash. Does he die? No, not quite. The burn, not enough. The last Twin Fang doesn't go for it, and the Cataclysm could have been flashed away from. Tien chose not to go for that. He could flash Cataclysm here if Honku doesn't back off far enough. Tien kept his combat ability alive, perhaps afraid that Junja could hop over the wall, but Cream showcasing exactly when the Cassiopeia is so threatening to the Rise. If he turns around and casts a skill, you can get that ultimate for free midway through his combo. Early game, 1,000 gold lead for Top Esports, mainly through top side. Xiaoshu outplayed by Suyan in that gank in the 1v2. Of course, if the J starts falling behind the Yorick, things go badly very quickly. The fact that they couldn't pull off that top lane dive is a problem for JDG. Now, JDG, they were a team... Oh, they do actually hit him in the morning mist. That's a bit annoying. That's Suyan will have his recall stopped. JDG were not a good side laning team. Not for a long time. Potentially jumping here. They do have the ultimate. There's a flash once again away from the Varus ultimate. Good teleport from Gala to punish Feng Yue. Still keeps himself safe though. No free kills. Gets that ward down and at least spots out where the Xin Zhao is. A slower placed game in terms of kills. The actual movements around the map are quite intense actually. It's not like teams aren't looking for things. Dragging up in a couple of seconds. JDG and Top Esports both setting up around there. Feng Yue spotting out Junja and not dying on that play before. Very important now with that in mind. Vampire finally is level 6. Yeah, it's a very late level 6. Vampire only level 6 in about 11 minutes. What happened to the XP? He was roaming too much and he lost that chance to dive topside. Okay, but now he has flash and he has ult. How many people can he catch? Well, he's not going for the fight here right now. No, Varus ultimate 2 as we were highlighting. Tien just shepherding Jackalof and Fengwei back towards their tower. Lost a little bit of farm there as Gala pushed it in. He has himself about a 15 CS lead. Honky back into mid lane. No interesting realm warps right now. Cream has been holding him to account. Suyam's still 10 CS ahead on top side, but not crazy really far ahead. Hasn't really increased stats or anything. Honky could realm up towards top side. They do have a lot of tankiness to do here. Do they have anything else to bring in? Oh, well, that is a question, isn't it? Did they get themselves the extra tower shots on target? No, the Maiden takes one flash away from Suyan. It's not going to be enough. Good roam from Honky. This is the first time he's been able to leave lane. He gets a kill for it. Importantly so. Goes over towards the Rise. Suyan blew that flash. The Maiden tanking it away. No one else could. Gala jumps onto. Does get that flash away, but now he has no way out of the Cataclysm. Flag, drag, dunk, death to Gala. Split map. JDG go top. Top esports go bot, but Xiaoshu does get a ton of tower damage down. There's only 10 seconds until Suyan can respawn and teleport topside. Top esports though, getting the flash out of Gala and killing him. That's huge. Why was Gala pushed up that far? That's a problem now because in LPL, for those of you again who are maybe less locked into us in LPL, and by the way, you should absolutely watch LPL. Best region in the world right now. I think we have the best junglers. I think that we have a very good read on the meta, and of course we just won our first stand title as well. One of the skills that LPL is very, very good at, perhaps the best in the world at, again it changes over time, is cooldown economy. Sometimes you fight not just to get kills, but to get summoners more than anything. When there's a Jarvan in the game, when people don't have flash, Jarvan is stronger. So LPL teams, typically when they play around things like Jarvan, or if you have a champion which really needs summoners to succeed in one way or the other, sometimes you fight just to make sure you can get rid of a flash, a cleanse, something else. And something that the LPL has always been very cognizant of. JDG will of course been trying to play on the defensive side and that protect their summoners how they can, but Varus missing that summoner there, that's a nasty loss for him. Next time he's on the same screen as Tien, could just insta-die. It's not like he's got the Lulu, don't have a wild growth. He can very much be exploded by a little bit of damage from Jackalof or Cream or Suyan, and then Tien full dunking him as well. Cull cashed in by Jackalof. Gala on the other side. Pokegrass doesn't really go for that. Needs the early power. Cream has Ghost, has Flash. He's a Speedy Snake, as we like to call it. I need to find that one clip where Samano just started screaming about Speedy Snake. Suyan's still in the gold lead on top side. Does he get up any turret plates here? Yes, he does. Does get the one. 500 gold lead. And the thing about the Yorick now is that while that gank did happen, the Jace is still in the game. And the Jace is going to get to the point where he's a glass cannon. Can really play around, just shot blast later into the game, wave clear very effectively on side lane, and JDG have to deal with a very long range champion against a bunch of champions who don't really want to deal with that. What else is happening across the map? Any big XP leads? Tien fairly far ahead actually of Ginger on the whole XP front. There's about 2 camps, maybe 3 camps ahead actually of XP. Not exactly sure how that happened, especially since Ginger did get the 2 grubs, although the second grub doesn't really matter much. Jackalof has the tier 2 boots as well, worth noting on that point. Cream farming up with the Rod of Ages, so is Honky. Honky has the Swifties, Cream has the Merc Trez. Ginger doesn't hit that W there. Does he jump in anyway with a flash? There were a lot of members around here, and they did have the Varus ultimate. Ghostblade the Gala too. Ginger might have stayed a little further. Vampire does have flash, and oh, where does he go for this? Does get a 3-man ultimate. The cleanse comes through as a wild growth. This is a problem. Yeah, you just flash forward, but for what damage? Xiaoshu's here now. That's better. Can they get any more kills? Ginger flashing forwards for the Sundered Sky. The Dark Procession's not bad. Suyan very, very nearly appealing for Jackalof, but can't quite get it. The Rune Prison comes through from Honku, and it is eventually a 1 fight for JDG. 3 for 2. Vampire flashing in perhaps a little too far at first, a little too early, because Xiaoshu wasn't there. If they go into a kill into Fengyue here, it would end up being a 4 for 2 over and over. I don't think Fengyue lives through this. Yeah, he's going to die here, but what do they lose elsewhere? Fengyue, he's definitely going to die. Kill over the Xiaoshu. Good fight for JDG. 4 for 2 is the total kill score in the top side of the map. They do end up losing a lot of plates in mid lane. Cream didn't go over to the plate. Cream, of course, was in the bot side. Realm Warp helping the Rise get up to the plate. I suppose Cream could have ghosted, but this is the problem when you're not running the teleport. Can't go to these plates very easily. And it's just unfortunate for Tian. You know, he tries to get out of that last auto attack. Xiaoshu's just around the corner. Jace hadn't marked him effectively. Xiaoshu on the roam first is probably the most important thing here. If Suyan's here earlier, he can all in Xiaoshu, get the slow from the Q, the knockback, and maybe Jackie Love lives. So actually, Xiaoshu going down that early was the difference maker. Close run game, though. You know, it's very early and very even in this early game. 2 dragons to 1, 500 gold lead to JDG. But not that much. This is going to be a tight contest. Xiaoxi walking away with a ton of kills. 3-1 and 2 now. Now he's ahead. Now you get to a 2-item Yorick, and the Jace needs to be really wary of that matchup. Suyan did well in that early 1v1 and the 2v1 earlier as well. Top Esports didn't quite defend him well enough. They almost did, but not quite. Vampire has his ultimate back up again, has that Proto Belt. Again, that last engage, little bit too early, but it ended up doing the job. Again, just gave Top Esports the initial kill onto him. Now his flash is down. Hang on, potential jump into the mid lane. Fungway doesn't have flash this time. They can jump onto him using the wild growth. Goes down. Good ultimate from Gala. Tien is trying to jump onto bot side. There's no flash on Xiaoshu. They really want something onto it. I'm not sure about this, honestly. Xiaoshu gets the first of those dark rights, last rights coming through. Suyan's getting a lot of damage from everything coming through, and everyone comes back down with Hongqiu. And Junja as well. Tien, I think he makes a misjudgment there. They teleport away, though. No one dies somehow. Suyan lives with very little HP. The roll quest teleport saving him. Vampire will not hit the Q. Does he have the E on target? No, misses everything. Tien lives because of it. JDG do get that kill onto Fungway. Top Esports losing control a bit now. Very good set of plays now from JDG. Hongqiu starting to get very active, and Xiaoshu being so strong means that Top Esports can't really dunk him. Mid lane turret does survive. Cream yet to be involved in the game at all, really, too. Do things change when Cream gets into it? I think one of the misjudgments his Top Esports have is that Cream just can't get around the map as easy as Hongqiu. So if Cream is not locking Hongqiu into a lane, JDG have another member on the map to bring. Of course, Lulu on the roam as well. Well, it can defend against plays, but if Vampire actually slips the vision, then obviously it's a huge issue. JDG just a little bit more precise now in this mid game. Top Esports did actually have some really good early gold. Tien's been very good at, you know, organizing the map on the whole, and their lanes were very good. You know, bot lane was doing well, top lane was doing well individually. JDG just seems like they're a bit more coordinated in mid game though. Now we'll see what happens when we get to our first 5v5s. That'll be huge. You know, we've seen our early game, seen the laning, seen bits of the mid game macro. Let's see those 5v5s now. 2 items to Suyan, 2 items to Xiaoshu, both very powerful points for both these champions. 2 items almost in for both junglers. Cream about to hit his Rod of Ages maxed out. Hongqiu not there yet because he built up his Saras before completing the Rod of Ages. Jackie-Love at 2 items. Gullen not quite completed transforming the Manamune into the Muramana. I just don't see a way for JDG to be able to compete in a 5v5 with Cassio and Yunara. I mean, if Rise gets 3 items, he just blows someone up, no? Doesn't Rise do mad stuff? Of course, Vampire with a huge ultimate as well, huge engage. I mean, it's pretty hard for Gala to live. If Tien overextends for the Cataclysm, though, I mean, that's the big thing, right? I mean, if there's only one big engage for Top East once that's the job, and so if you just mark the engage, pretty easy to stop him having a perfect team fight. I suppose what Top Esports will do to counter that, though, is say, well, we'll just play for poke. We'll use like Yunara W and J Shock Blasts, and we'll hope that that'll be enough. And then we can look for an engage once you're kind of dodging the skill shots. Make Tien's life easier. They don't have to just like slam face on the keyboard with Jarvan. Jackie-Love trying to protect mid lane turret. The slow from the E makes a bit of a difference. Junja kills the turret, does land that W there. Ult missing from Gala. Oh, sorry, that was another skill shot, my bad. But Jackie-Love can't quite end up saving the turret. Tried to. Junja doing a good job, actually, of walking around the powerful parts of the map. I know it's not been a crazy amount of kills for either team, but I think that Junja's been doing quite well at getting himself into points of power. Hongqiu propping that ghost, realized there potentially was a jump onto him. Top Esports are getting ground down a little bit here, actually. Quite afraid of people moving across the map. Oh, good damage from Hongqiu there too, look at that. Fengyue had to pop that heal and the ult. He's been punished quite a lot. The Lulu, not great at contesting these bits of Fog of War. The champion's just not really designed for that. And of course, as we've seen, the Rise will one-shot. And what you'll notice is that JDG haven't had to 5v5. Not yet. They've been playing around sideline macro. It's been good for them. Good macro from them. Junja and Vampire moving around the map. Well, Honku as well. That's big gold lead for Honku. Even bigger one for Xiaoshu, right? Jace not really able to do his just sit back and be artillery gameplay. Dragon alive. Topius was looking for their third. This is a very important moment. Top laners both have teleport. Honku no ghost, as we noted. Fengyue no heal. Vampire does have flash. Dragon's going to go down now. Goes to Tien. Vampire over the side. Does get onto the Cassiopeia. Good damage. Honku is getting a lot of damage down. The Nico dies, but well, their cooldowns are already gone. Junja over the wall. Jacula has brought him out of the play. Cream really wants to kill Junja. Not so sure about that one. Dark Procession is down. Tien doing a lot of damage. Suyan trying to take down Honku, but Honku flashes away. It is a one-team fight for JDG, but how much is it going to be at the cost of? It's 3 for 2. It's actually not that much in the advantage for JDG. Gala once again dying in the team fight. Again, he's quite hard for him to live. And I think the big thing here is, well, I would have said it was quite hard for JDG to go towards Baron, but I think they can. They've got tanky solo laners, and the Yorick is pretty good at this. Can they contest? Tien, not alive. There won't be a smite fight. Can they get there in time? They don't have teleport. Cream could go over the wall. Xiaoshu does have the Dark Procession. There is a blast cone for them to use. Gonna teleport in with the Varus. Varus has the extra teleport. That's huge. I think that's just gonna be Baron gone. No way for Top Esports to contest. JDG win the first big 5v5 of the game. We'll have to watch back a replay because it's a very split fight. Jackulov ended up dying to Junja. Vampire went over the wall, and he got onto Fengyue and Cream. It wasn't the best Nico engage, but it did allow Honku a lot of space. He got onto Tien as well. Actually, that's the big thing there. Actually, catching Tien was big. I mean, Tien did manage to get onto Gala, but Junja just destroys Jackulov. Jackulov had that flash, had the ult, still gets caught anyway. Cream commits the flash, can't quite survive himself. Junja basically kills both carries himself. I mean, Cream ends up living, of course, but, you know, takes him out of the fight. Where did this Suyan guy come from, LDL? Well, he debuted on IG back in, I believe it was 2024. That was the time I remember it. What the heck's happening here? The clean feed having a little bit of a wobble. I'll just refresh that one. Hopefully that'll be fine there as well. Sometimes the clean feed has a couple of different issues. JDG, significant gold lead, but Top Esports do have themselves soul point. If they get themselves the soul, things become a bit different. Cassiopeia with the Chemtech is really, really nasty. Also helps with the tenacity against the Varus, but the Varus is doing so much work. Look how much work he's doing with the Serpent's Fang as well. Good damage onto Jacula from Honku. Has himself a Seeker's not going towards the Actualizer third. Cream is trying his very best to get damage down. Does have his 2 HP items with the Scaling Mana as well. Don't really have that much. We don't have the best wave clear here. Honku potentially jumped on. Suri has no flash, and Honku's gone too far. How quickly can they kill him? Well, pretty quickly. So no push in the mid lane. Do they lose the bot lane and turret? No, that's a good stop of the Baron power play. It's a negative Baron power play now because Honku goes down, and that's a shutdown. Does that mean they lose the mid lane outer turret? It does. Very good play from Suyan and Jackulov. I believe that was a blast cone play from them. The Wild Growth uses an engage tool. Now actually JDG loses a significant amount of gold, down 700 gold from the Baron power play because Honku over pushes and dies. Honku, he does make some mistakes there. It's the Mega Blast Cone. I mean, it's the Chemtech Rift. Sometimes it happens. Goes straight onto him. Great play from Swam. You were asking where he came from. You know, he was in the Abyss for a little bit. You know, debuted in the LPL 2024, like I said, on Invictus Gaming. Didn't do great. Only really, you know, didn't really make many waves. Went back down to LDL, I believe. Came back up after 369. Decided, look, I'm just not on good form. Let Swam play. And he's been playing really well, so credit to him. Okay, so a minute and a half now until 4th Dragon for Top Esports potentially spawns. Top Esports getting that kill onto Honku, making sure the Baron power play doesn't break the base, doesn't even break the inner turret, is huge for them. It means they have a much better platform to potentially look for that Chemtech Soul. Does Chemtech Soul win them the game? No, but it's pretty damn good. You know, I mean, the tenacity of 3 Chemtech Dragons will reduce by 18% some of the slows from Shinzao and from the Yorick. the Rune Prison from Honkyu, the ult from Gala, the E from Vampire, and of course the stun at the end of his ult too. The tenacity is good, especially when you've got Merc Treads on there too. The heal and shield power works for the Lulu. That'll be another 18% for that too, which is definitely very important, even though there is a Serpent's Fang from Gala. And of course then the Soul itself, giving the 10% damage reduction and the extra damage while you're below 50% HP is really big for the likes of Yunara surviving with the Lulu shields, with the Cassiopeia just playing around low HP and trying to brawl it out with the healing from the Conqueror and the Twin Fangs. Gala looking for the poke. If he lands onto Fungo, it's really, really nasty. The Lulu really doesn't want to have to play around that. Dragon up in 20 seconds. Top Esports could give up a Dragon too. That's another factor here too. Some honey fruit for Jackalope to pick up, which is important. No Q landing there. Tian needs to be careful. I mean, you do want the Dragon, but you don't want to give up too much for it. See that JDG not quite able to get that much there. Good W there from Jackalope. Ghost Pot from Cream trying to push them out of the river. And they do actually jumping onto Junja. Rune Prison's not bad on Tian. W doesn't land. Hang on, Xiaoshu is cut off a little bit there right now. Jackalope gonna get caught with the Dark Procession. The Rise is in position to do a pretty large amount of damage, but Honkyu gets jumped on the other side. He has no flash. Vampire goes on towards Tian. Gets the wall growth. He lives for now. Gets the Duncan. Tian lives. The Chemtech Dragon difference might save the game. Petrifying Gaze stuns up more than a people. Top Esports have clutched out the fight. They'll get the soul. And honest to God, the Chemtech Dragons save the game. The heal and shield power may have given Top Esports enough combat stats to win it through. Gala has the arrow. Can he steal the dragon? No, he can't. No Gumayusi on Gumayushi's skin. Chemtech soul to Top Esports. By God, 2 Chemtech Dragons, giving the extra 12% heal and shield power, save the game for Top Esports. Name of the other time you've seen that. Every shield hit is 12% stronger. Every heal hit is 12% stronger than it would be in any other situation. And look how close Tien is to dying. How close did he get down to? That much HP! He's below 100! He's below 100 HP! Legitimately, Chemtech Dragon saves the game. I will not hear any slander for my Chemtech Dragon goats. Oh my God, incredible team fight for Top Esports. It's clutch amounts of numbers. Vampire's actually been struggling to land like game-ending ultimates. He's been getting the targets, but not quite on the right timing with the follow-up needed. Oh my God, that's close. So now suddenly Top Esports 1,000 gold ahead. Out team fought JDG. Of course, got the smite key down as well. Tian 1,000 gold up. Jackalope 2k up. Bloody hell. The healing from the Sundered Sky. The shields and heals from Fungyue. Look. Chemtech Soul, I understand why people hate it. Chemtech Dragons, my goat. The actual dragons themselves are better than the Soul, but Top Esports have that now too. JDG, can they get a turnaround fight? Look for the Baron. To be honest, folks, we're in an Elder kind of game. This is the kind of game where an Elder comes around. It's not a big enough, it's not an advantage at all, really, for Top Esports. They need to have probably 2 big team fights in a row to end this game. The base isn't broken yet. Both teams on 3 turrets. It's not like one fight will end the game. 3 items from Cream does have the Rylize. There's Cyrilda's in for Suyan. You know, Xiaoshu has the Jack Show. He's a little harder to take down because of that. Tian having the GA. That's nasty as heck too. No Zhonya's or GA onto the carries of Top Esports in mid and bot lane. Gala going towards his 3rd item. I suppose that'll be a Cyrilda's himself. Might be the Endless Hunger, actually. Sometimes you have that for Gala when, for the Varus when it's also against poke champions. Honkyu has the Actualizer and also hang on, do they want to jump onto Suyan on the side lane? He doesn't have flash. This is a really good play on the side lane. If they can get, you just use the Q. That's a big problem for him. Definitely get jumped onto here. Protobelt lands and Honkyu's going to one-shot him. Okay, good play from the side lane of JDG. They also commit themselves to teleport. They want to get themselves onto the Baron. Top Esports, 4-man unit now. Can they stop them from doing the Baron? Well, there's no Nico ultimate. Is he just going to die? Uses that clone to go into the bush. No blast cone for him. Cream over one side. Tian spots out Honkyu. Can they jump onto him? They do. He has no flash, remember. Honkyu can get jumped onto. Really good jump forward from Suyan. Fungyue caught out. Can't use everything, but uses all of his enchanting onto Jackalope. That's good AoE damage. Can they stop the robot? No, they can't. Jackalope flashing away, but he gets away from Junja. Jackalope threads the needle. Tian still alive. Cream putting out damage. They need to kill both the carries. Cream starting to heal through the Conqueror. Arrow missing from Gala. Cream doesn't get CC by the Nico. And in the 4v5, Top Esports come out on top again. Jackalope lives in a way that only he can, with about single-digit HP. Welcome back, Jackalope. Top Esports, the Chemtech Salt, the extra damage reduction. Again, makes such a difference. Even in the 4v5, JDG can't quite get the damage down. We'll watch this again. Because even though Fungyo is caught out on one side of this, he gets the enchanting down, and the cooldowns are used onto the Lulu and not onto the Yunara. I mean, Junja walks onto Jackula, but the Varasalt doesn't land. And there's a lot of big cooldowns used onto, you know, the Lulu instead of the Yunara. Tien doesn't quite get the knockup, but in some ways that actually ends up working out well because Jackula outplays. Tien gets a huge dunk. Onto the Nexus. Guys, the game is just ending. Show us the damn end of the game. Top Esports get themselves the kills. They get the towers down. Top Esports will end the game after fighting back from behind. Chemtech Dragon might go. Top Esports win the first game. What a clutch game from Top Esports. JDG, second seed from our split one. Our second representatives at first stand. Taken down in game one versus Top Esports. JDG, you know, no pushovers at all. Of course, playing 2 series back-to-back, played against anyone's legend as well. You know, playing 2 series back-to-back is absolutely no small thing to do, and it will definitely be hurting to some degree, but Top Esports, definitely a team we have to be watching out for. This team is genuinely looking very, very strong. You can understand why we're excited to potentially see them fight for top of the table too. Thank you, Emperor Wong, for the follow earlier, and thanks everyone for tuning in as well. Folks, if you're enjoying what you're hearing here with this, you know, this new milestone in JDG versus Top Esports, another chapter in the book of this wonderful rivalry here in the LPL, please think about dropping a like and follow, subscribe. If you're watching on a third-party site, please think about watching through on the main channel here as well. It helps us keep this channel alive. And yeah, it's been really cool to bring these games to you. JDG Top Esports, Gala versus Jaculov. Incredible series here between these two teams. The first game was incredibly strong from both junglers. I think that both Junja and Tien very, very strong. And you can see that JDG, while they had different pieces of engage, they couldn't quite get the carries down. Like when Vampire would go in, the follow-up wasn't quite there. Vampire would die. You'd get like and actually what was happening was Cream was stacking up his Conqueror onto the Nico, and you couldn't quite get that followed up at that point. That's the problem with this composition. They don't really have crazy follow-up. I'm going to take myself a quick drink, folks. I'm going to put on an ad break, and we'll get ready for those highlights for this first game. Is this a best of 3? Yes, it is a best of 3. Let's drop some adverts. Wait, yo, what? D plus K beat Genji? That's crazy. What? Wait, the Augury McQueen secured a victory today, which is a descendant from Augury Cap and Medro McQueen. That's cool as hell. Considering the level of these games, considering the level of these games are the top 3 teams in the world right now, not just all LPL. Look, put it this way. I think LPL has the best meta read in the world right now. And I think we saw that at first stand. I think that LPL junglers are the best in the world right now. I think that players like Tien, Shun, Junja are really, really good right now. While I do think that Raptor and Cuz, very high level. I think that players like Canyon, Owner, Lucid haven't been on full form. If they manage to get an early meta read, you know, we'll revisit that question of who the best teams are in the world. But I think really right now, jungle advantage and early laning phase is so crucial. I think that, you know, with players like Bin, players like, you know, Xiaoxi was solo killing Keen, right? And I think that Vampire and Gala are a very good bot lane for JDG. Obviously, you've got players like Jaculov. Now, it makes a big difference, right? Vampire's engages just a little bit mistimed. I don't think they were bad engages. It's just that, like, when you're in games like this, the timing needs to be so on point that when it goes wrong, obviously you end up dying for free a lot. Yeah, I think that Fungyo was getting poked at by Gala. I actually think Fungyo had a very good game on the whole. considering how difficult it is to play Lulu in this kind of game where you have to play on a split map, you're often getting picked off, Gala's just peppering you with arrows. I think Fungi actually had some really good wild growths, and like even if he died, he got enough enchanting down to make the difference with his carries. But yes, for those of you wondering, it is absolutely a best of 3. Don't you worry, we've got more games to come. I think top esports have been getting better and better with each game they play on stage. Yeah, for sure. I think that their laning has been excellent. I think that their early game read has been very, very good, amongst the best in the LPL. BLG BFX was way too close, but they got a lot better since then too, so... And you look at the way that, I mean, obviously JDG got flattened by Genji. But I think that the thing is, like, in a lot of ways, JDG is somewhat a worse version of Genji, which is the problem. I think, like, I think JDG are a worse version of Genji, which is the problem. But like, I would genuinely take top esports right now if you didn't factor in the international factors, because top esports always crumble internationally, right? But if you don't take that factor in, you look at the gameplay and the way that they play around early jungle. I mean, they're a strong team, you know. But I think BLG does look like the best team in the world for sure. Their laning is better, their drafting is the best in the world, their early jungle read is absurdly good, and Bin just destroys every single team through sidelines, even if those don't work out. Now, we saw versus Team WE, right? WE actually had a pretty good start in the 4v4 versus BLG, but then just Bin won through sidelines, so it didn't matter at all. So that's game 1 down. Player of the game. Ooh, player of the game. Cream was pretty good, but I think it's Tien, no? It's got to be Tien. Very good smite fights. Fungi kept him alive a lot, though. Who's player of the game? Player of the game. Pretty hard. I mean, Jackulov was really aggressive, too. Jackulov gets player of the game. There we go. Look, I mean, this is a pretty tight contest. I think it could have gone to... I don't know, there's pretty much logic to everyone, actually. It's his second MVP count. Very well played on the Nymaera there. He did stay alive in the back end of a lot of those late game team fights. Probably wasn't Fungi because he was caught a couple of times in transition a couple of times. Yeah, probably not Fungi, but I would have maybe given it to any of the others. I genuinely don't think there's that much in it. We don't mention a certain best of 5 in semifinals versus Suning for top esports. Oh yeah, true. Yeah. That one was that one, in fairness, was less good, much less good. You are not incorrect. Gosh, what am I buying here? Get that. How many of those have I got? Any of those? I'm doing an Uma run in the background because I need to get my Uma runs done. That'll work. Caster says Fungi. Look, I think that Fungi was pretty good. He was pretty good. Look, I mean, it was more of a team game, right? I think that the early game read was very good. I mean, Tien's early jungle pathing was really fun to watch. So, hang on. JDG lost and chose blue side. Hang on. This is not the first time this has happened, because anyone's Legend have done this too. Teams are picking side of the map rather than side of draft a bunch of times now. Why is that happening? I don't get that. I don't get it. That's crazy to me. Because anyone's Legend did that in their second game versus JDG, I think it was. So JDG are doing that now, despite the fact that they had the right of first selection, because they lost game 1. Loser chooses. I believe so anyway. Unless, does anyone know? I don't know if Frag is in chat. I believe it's loser chooses rather than game 1 is one choice, game 2 is another choice. I believe it's loser chooses, especially since there's a double round robin in upper bracket. That tends to be the way that it works, really. So game 1 for each side of the round robin will be a different team's selection. If only they have a better ADC pick. I think that Varus is okay in that game. I mean, it's bad into the Jarvan, but I think it's pretty good versus most of the rest of that comp. Most of it, anyway. Okay, where are we at right now? Got some energy to use. Oh, I probably do want to get that, actually. Loser gets rise to first selection. That's good to know. Thanks, Crafton. trying to get a good Saiyan Sky for the next CM because I'm a big Saiyan Sky player. Okay, so next game, what are we looking for from JDG? Well, I think look, obviously their mid game macro is actually looking pretty good now. It is actually looking pretty good. I am a little bit worried for JDG if they don't have hyper winning lanes. This is something that we saw a little bit towards the in finals, and some of the we saw it a little bit just across playoffs from JDG. When they don't have hyper winning lanes, things get really messy, particularly in bot lane. If they're not turbo stomping, things get their macro doesn't look quite as decisive, which is obviously it's a very hard thing to do, right? But it doesn't look as decisive. Genuinely, Chemtech Dragon Soul though, crazy. The individual Chemtech Dragons genuinely made the difference there. Crazy stuff. Very fun games though. Okay, do I have coffee? Do I have Red Bull? Yes, I do. I've got water as well. Okay, ready. We're ready for the next game. Did I run ad break? Yes, I did. Cool. They can't draft a Zir. Why? You can draft a Zir though. Yeah, you can. I think like as long as into Jarvan without the Orianna, it's actually fine to draft a Zir though. Although to be honest, like Ryze is such a power pick, it's not an issue anyway. I think Honkyu had a decent game. Like he was very good at, like he was fine in the laning phase. He got out of lane fine. He had that first roam wall towards top side. That was fine. This was a close game. Really, it came down to those late game team fights where they just couldn't coordinate the engage well enough. Where, I mean, Top East does a very good job of like separating all of their threats. So it wasn't like Cream and Jackalope getting hit by an eco ultimate. And then often like you'd still have Fungi getting a wild growth onto someone anyway. You said BLG has... Oh, sorry, BLG has the best drafting. Yeah, BLG do have the best drafting. And Azir is not the best champion in the game right now. BLG do have the best drafting. You know, Knight has an incredibly large champion pool. On has an incredibly large champion pool. Bin plays whatever as well. So, I mean, Shun, you can 5-ban him and he's still got champions as well. BLG by far have the best drafting in the world right now for the current meta. We'll see if that changes, right, when it comes through chat patch changes. But yeah, BLG, I mean, you look at the way that Knight displays kind of everything. He's been playing very well right now. He's also 10-0 on Ziggs all time across his career, which is very cool. Sorry, I missed the context of the original because I was checking the 3 chats at the same time. Is that the... Oh, that's the April Fool's Vex, right? But yeah, I'm really not sure. I'm gonna message some coaches and ask whether they care about side of map as much, because we've seen it in LEC as well. It was actually, there was a really funny moment in LEC where I think Dracos was interviewing Melzer from MKOI and asked him, well, you just picked side select instead of first pick for the first time. Why was that? And he's like, I don't know. Why did I? You tell me. Because obviously he's not going to tell you on broadcast. He's not going to tell you. SES, you're totally wrong. The funny thing is, the actual BLG players disagree with you too. The BLG players say that Knight and Shun have really big champion pools. So actually, your own play, the people that you're praising are disagreeing with you too. I know that obviously interviews are a different thing, right? But you know, you look at the champion pools that they play, they're just so much higher than their counterparts across the rest of the league. You know, Shun and Knight have incredibly large champion pools. You can 5-ban and they'll still find something to play. Okay, we're getting pretty close to game 2 now, and we'll see if whether Top Esports can get a 2-0 versus both Anyone's Legend and versus JDG. And then you start asking questions of, well, you know, who do Top Esports face next? When do Top Esports face BLG? And the answer is, folks, Top Esports face BLG on Thursday. They have BLG next, and that's when we really get to see, can they hang with the very best in the world right now? I think Top Esports are a very good team. I think Top Esports are a very good team right now. Obviously, a lot of people look at Top Esports, they see the logo and go, oh, good heavens, another international choke is incoming. But this team looks really good. I think the early jungle meta is looking very good for them. The early laning is looking very powerful too. We'll see what they can do as the meta keeps evolving. But at least domestically, Top Esports are a good foil for our top teams. I hope that Top Esports push our top teams. No, JDG are a quite constrained team. If they only play through early jungle and early lanes, Top Esports can compete with them on that. And my problem with JDG is that if it comes down to the style of gameplay, yes, this was a close game. Top Esports are only going to get better from here. They haven't had the same amount of time that JDG has had as a roster together this year. And I'm worried about JDG if it comes down to this style of play, that top esports are more than willing to play that playstyle, you know? And I think that top esports are very strong early laners. I think that TN is incredibly talented early jungle pather. Okay, let me go find some stats. Where's our LPL stats? So funnily enough, Shun has 5 different champions played in five games so far this split. So he's played a different champion every game, and he's, you know, won 4 of those games and looked really, really good. He is the best jungler. I think he's the best jungler in the world right now. What's Knight got in terms of his stuff right now? Again, he's also played 5 different champions in like 5 games played. And again, it's 4-1. So both of them have actually played a different champion in every game this split so far. Oh gosh. Hey Kiwi, good to see you. But yeah, I mean, I think mid jungle from BLG is clearly, I mean, obviously Fearless is a thing, right? Fearless is a thing, but they do have very wide champion pools, and they're looking really good on all of them, really. I mean, obviously Knight on the Azir is always going to be a bit of a sticking point, but it's not really that crazy powerful right now in the meta. That's also just completely not true. He's the best Pantheon in the world, SCS. He's the best Pantheon in the world. Kirby, hello League of Legends caster Nymaera. I'm currently watching the League of Legends Professional League and concerned about the current phase of the tournament. If the teams are playing in the Rumble stage, does that mean the players are going to actually get, the players are actually playing directly on top of an equalizer and are, in fact, going to burn to death? Your regards, your ex Kirby. Well, I think you have to understand that, you know, the climate in China often gets up to about 40 degrees to 50 degrees anyway, so perhaps it's just a different perspective that we as cold European individuals or North American individuals, actually North America is quite warm as well. You know, I grew up in a cold environment. I live in Berlin during the winter. You know, surely it's just a perspective I don't personally understand. Who wins? Well, I mean, these two teams are quite tightly matched right now. I think that they play quite similar styles of League of Legends, with early jungle pathing and early laning being very important to them. I personally think top esports are looking like the better team, especially with Xiaoxu not really being able to get the counter pick working as well as I would have liked to see it. Versus Suyan. Suyan was, I thought, potentially going to be a weak link. Don't think that was the case. The Azir's banned away. The Ambassador's banned away. What have we got left? Well, it's the Rumble. Rumble, Karma, 2 big ones, and the Ashe Seraphine. So those are 3 bans with 3 remaining. If one of those duos or individual champions isn't banned, expected to be first pick pretty quickly. Ashe is banned. That's one of the 3. There's also the Vi as well, by the way. Vi, very nice for Junjit. And the Rumble's gone. So what was the last one that we highlighted? The Karma. Did JDG remember? JDG chose blue side, and top esports got first pick. Remember that. Do they ban the Karma? You have to ban the Karma, surely, right? Otherwise, well, there's no Ashe Seraphine to answer it. Surely you just ban the Karma, no? I suppose then there's stuff like the Nocturne and Pantheon both available, but I think the Karma's the better first pick. Lane dominant as heck. They banned the Vi. I think Karma first pick is pretty easy here for top esports. You can combo it up with the Caitlyn or the Ezreal. If you lock in the Karma, there's a chance of an Ezreal Bard locked in for JDG. They might lock Ezreal on 1-2 and then leave support until 3, maybe. But the Karma's the easy first pick. They might be thinking about Pantheon or Nocturne. Might be. Karma locked in first. That's the easy one. Ezreal locked in and the Pantheon. There we go. Okay, so lock in the Ezreal. So now top esports need to think about what AD carry they're going to lock in with the Karma. Do they look for Caitlyn? Caitlyn's actually quite vulnerable into the Pantheon. The Ezreal can be fine. What this means is that top esports need to be very aware of when the Pantheon can jump them with the globals. This is something that JDG learned versus Gen G at first stand. In fact, Tabe was talking about that on the desk when he was invited there. This is the easy lane pairing.
Jackalow loves playing through lane dominance, of course, too. A little bit harder to play the team fights, especially compared to a Nymaera who's so good at scaling up into them. And then in terms of jungle, do you go Nocturne? Wukong's not bad. If the Pantheon jumps in, obviously you can just put a Cyclone at your AD carry's feet, and they really love that. Nocturne fights better early, though. Either one is fine. I think I can see the logic for either. The question is what they lock in besides that point. Do they think they have a third jungler? Because if they have a third jungler and lock in the Gnar, then obviously, and the Bard being locked in alongside the Ezreal, we kind of predicted that too. So the Gnar locked in. Do they think they have 3 junglers? Could they also go for the Skarnas? They have like Skarna, Nocturne, Wukong. Those 3 are fine. JDG probably deban out both the Nocturne and the Wukong. So they must think they have a third jungler. They're leaning on Tien's champion pool and just saying, okay, you can get it done. How do you pronounce top esports a top laner's IGN? Should be Tsuyan. That's what I've been led to believe. Cast him a number of years ago on IG. Jack's banned away, trying to ban away some of Xiaoshu's better champions into the Gnar. The Ambassador's already gone. The Yorick would normally be good into it. That's gone too. Skarna banned away, so that means that the Wukong's pretty fine for Tien to lock in. As we said, they have a third jungler. You can only ban away 2 of them. And then in terms of mid lane matchup, you're looking at what? Aurora, pretty good for JDG. Aurora can one-shot the Caitlyn sometimes. Don't really want to go Talia. The Aurora's the big one. There's also Annie. Annie's not bad for JDG. A Flash Tibbers can kind of one-shot anyone locked in right now. Renekton banned away from Shuya Xiaoshu makes a lot of sense. Best Renekton in the LPL. Are we going to see Xiaoshu Vayne? That'd be pretty fun. That would be very fun, actually. Go on. Give us it. That'd be really fun. Come on. Come on, Xiaoshu. We get the Vayne top lane. There we go. Pantheon flying into the lane. Vayne top lane for Xiaoshu. Really, really wants to make the most of that top lane matchup. Very squishy. Tien on Neferi. Neferi's not bad now. You can one-shot a Vayne. Pretty good at chasing down an Ezreal too. Ezreal hates playing against Neferi. If she ever gets in range for ult, you know, you E away and she E's after you because you follow you with the ult. You E away and then Neferi's in. Okay, mid lane is being blind picked. Annie's pretty damn good here for Cream now. You can one-shot everyone. Oh, the Annie's fantastic for Cream. It's a wonderful Annie pick here. Now, Honky can go towards... Oh, TF is pretty good too. I like the TF a lot. TF locked in. This is a very, very squishy lobby. Whoever gets out of lane first, Pantheon TF getting those globals, Bard landing an ult onto Annie or Karma or Caitlyn without flash makes a huge difference. I actually wonder whether JDG walk away with a better draft. I think that Pantheon's way easier to make things work with earlier, way more consistent to play around the gold card. I think this time JDG have the better draft. Right, folks, I'm going to go put on another ad break, and if you don't want to have ads, please subscribe. We'll keep talking about the draft, and we won't get ads in game. See you in just a minute and a half. I appreciate the message in there in chat as well, Katari. Yep, I think that, folks, this should be a really fun one. I think JDG have the better draft this time. I think that the early lane pressure from the Caitlyn Karma could be absolutely crucial. If they get to lock down the map and buy a lot of Junja's time, then it means that top esports get themselves a much safer map to play around. If they don't end up having the lane pressure enough, then you start kind of letting the Pantheon and the TF make plays, and things go wrong from that point. All right, so let's get into game and see how the drafts really play out. Okay, let's hear those gyros. Game 2, JDG Top Esports. Damn, Firecracker Vein. Oh, that's the, I think that's the Firecracker Vein there. Traded for the Boomerang onto the roll forwards there. Ward in the brush. Xiaoshu, of course, on the range matchup there. Vayne very, very nasty at using bush control. Not going to get the far bush, because sometimes what Vayne can do is stand beyond the mini wave and just going to stop you from farming ever, really. Suyan is going to have to showcase his side of the losing matchup now. I mean, technically the Jace is a losing matchup in the first matchup too. Xiaoxu looking for that roll forwards. Will get himself the lethal tempo stacked up. Bot lane, what's happening there? Vampire did eat the mantra Q. Both parts of that actually. Some more damage onto him. Q doesn't land onto Jaculov. Q does from Gala though. Suyan making sure that the minion... Well, he just makes sure that he's not taking the extra Q damage. He needs to keep himself as high health HP as possible. Gets himself his first CS of the game. Yeah, the Na's a little bit miserable for the first wave of the game or two. There's an exhaust on Xiaoxu as well, worth noting. Also worth noting that Tien is also going top to bot as well. Not going bot to top, not looking to flip that matchup, looking to play around the pushing Caitlyn Karma lane. Trap level 2 from Karma. Ow. First target Q from the Caitlyn. Caitlyn does more damage onto the first target with the Q. Less on the second ones after that. Clearing through wards on the bot side. They do have a trap in that brush, although, I mean, they'll see it, right? It's on the ward. 3 camps and out from Junja. Oh, does he stay? They might magical journey. Do they have the magical journey here? They do. This is not bad for them. Jaculov does have the cleanse. Will he have the flash afterwards? Will he have to? Q lands. I think he'll be fine. Remember, he doesn't have the E. Level the trap. Junja goes in. They get the summoners off the Caitlyn. That's good from JDG. Good magical journey level 2 from Vampire. I think Top Esports vaguely knew there was something going to come around the corner there. They break some of that early pressure. And this is the issue. The Pantheon's so much easier to make those early plays around than someone like the Neferi. You know, the Bard bringing him into lane. Nasty there too. Appreciate the follow there, by the way. Fionok, appreciate you. Cream pushing in Honku, that's fine. But then again, Honku is early lane. Has not really been his specialty. It's been late game TF. He's the best late game TF in the world. Meganar, not really doing crazy amount there. Hopping backwards. So now suddenly Jaculov back into lane. Does have the boots, does help him a little bit, but really need to see Tien make some plays now. Bard's out onto the map. Appreciate the follow, appreciate the 5 gift subs as well to Healer. Really appreciate you. For your sake, I hope that Gala makes you proud today. Healer, one of the biggest fans of Gala here. Tien roaming across the map, trying to get the double scuttle down. Does have the level up. Doesn't have the longsword though. Junja doesn't have the empowered ability just yet. Walking out here and he gets the smite. Tien not able to secure that one. Didn't have the ward to put in the brush. Didn't check it either. Junja gets that smite down. Tien's smite is now available. Just hang on. Xiaoxu might have overstayed. Come on, you know he was topside. There's nothing else on the map. He has exhaust. He has flash. Doesn't have the invisibility. Levels up level 5. Trying to kill Suyan. Potentially flashes forwards, but won't get the kill and loses the flash. Xiaoxu, that's just not it. Honku walking topside, but can't really do anything about it. Might be able to flash for a card. I don't think it'll kill Suyan at this point. Well, maybe it will actually. Hang on, maybe it will. He can flash around the corner. Not in range though. We'll just push in the wave instead. This is because Xiaoxu doesn't have teleport. Suyan would have been able to deny a full wave. Tien going onto the Krugs here. Meganar just coming back up. Honku spot out there. Tien will make sure that... Hang on, doesn't get the W onto that. I was wondering if he would be able to. Suyan does get hit by the cards there, actually. Wants to get the extra bit of gold there. Now, maybe that forces him over towards the steel caps. Hang on, Jaculov, he doesn't have flash. Oh, he does have flash, rather. Trying to get forwards. Not going to be able to get them this time, though, the magical journey. The E enough from the Karma to give them move speed to get out. Appreciate everyone that's stopping by to watch this again. Reminder, Top Esports JDG, one of the most legendary matchups here within the LPL. So I'm about to hit Mega here. Hang on, Xiaoxu needs to be careful. That's the exhaust put down. Doesn't have the flash. So we're trading okay here as far as things go. Good condemn backwards. Q does land onto him though. Lethal tempo is taken up there. Does he manage to pick up the rock? No. Doesn't want to walk forwards into lethal tempo stacked vein. Of course you don't. Level 6 from Honku is coming. Really important to track that now. Anyway, walking up. Does get that Q on target. Is there an E from Gala? No. Must have been on cooldown. Oh, rather it is. There you go. Jumping forwards actually into Fongwei. Not bad damage back onto him. Bard in bot side. Wanted to trade as much damage onto the Karma, allows them to potentially look for a kill trade just after this. Junja heading towards top side. If he gets around the back of turret, that would be a very dead Suyan. Can they get Honku out of lane? Well, he's under turret. He's not coming there. Will it matter? Hang on. Ult from Xiaoxu. Used to get the extra AD. Not going to be there for that long. Q lands onto him. Doesn't get the Mega. I mean, he's likely dead here. The question is, can they get the condemned combo? He's trying to stay away from the wall. He's going to die here. Hops away. I don't think it'll matter that much. Xiaoxu dies. Sorry, Suyan dies. As Xiaoxu gets the assist, Junja gets the kill. Once again, Top East was not really able to get that much support over to Suyan there. Not able to judge that well. Junja, good angle towards that top side. Creamer has a 20 CS lead mid because Honkyu did end up going towards that top lane. That's why top users have themselves a gold lane. Of course, the first blood bonus went over to Tien. Actually, was that true? Hang on. Oh, he dropped the ult there. Flash for flash to stop the gold card under turrets. Honkyu really not enjoying this matchup versus the Annie, although I suppose the Annie flash being down is big. I'm not gonna lie. Look, the Vayne in this game, I don't really think the Vayne does a crazy amount, personally. No, I just think that Annie being in the game and Neferi being in the game makes Vayne's life really, really hard. It's quite hard for Xiaoxu to outplay because, you know, the Condemn can get W'd by the Neferi quite easily. And of course, yeah, I think the burst from top esports is really, really heavy. Tien coming up here, trying to make sure the wave is crashing in. Does he have a sweeper here? He probably should. Yeah, he spots it now. So he knows, you know, top esports know that they're wasting time in topside, but Tien's happy at least to, you know, help shepherd in the wave, as we were saying. TF, anytime he's out of lane, top esports needs to be very worried. Same with Junja now coming out of Fog of War. Jackalope does have the cleanse, does have the flash. Fungo has flash too. Junja on Krugs, that first level of the ultimate is in range of bot lane. Fungo is here. Reminder, anytime they start fighting, there's a chance of Pantheon coming out of the Fog of War. Might actually be okay for top esports to blow flashes for the Pantheon ultimate and then just keep lane pressuring afterwards. Junja also has flash though. What that means is you often have to like flash early, especially if you're going to get slowed by the Pantheon ults. 20 CS lead in top lane now. Of course, Honkyu pretty even in gold because he has TF passive. It's going to be the Hex Plate from Xiaoxu, by the way. Makes you a little bit more tanky, much harder. Well, not much harder, but does make you harder to burst out. Tends to be the Hex Plate into the Essence Reaver is the build that we've seen. I think in some cases, particularly when against hyper tanks, it's a little bit too much into the defensive, not enough into the offensive. Grub started. Mantra Q missing. Really need to hit those Fungo actually. Although I mean bot lane's going fine for them. Does give them a lot of the pressure. And the thing is, right, the thing which Jackalope and Fungo did was they absorbed the pressure from Junja early and allowed, you know, a bit more time for Tien to get into the game. Tien is actually a significant amount of farm up. Oh, full trade onto Honkyu. Does have the Merc Treads. Does lose about a third of his HP. Has the... Oh, hang on. They might just jump topside now. Suyan does have flash coming up in the next few seconds. Honkyu did leave lane. Suyan needs to be really afraid, right? Because he doesn't know where the TF is. So he backs off. He's going to lose another wave. He's 30 CS down. And top esports have not gone topside. Jackie Love gets a good trade onto Gala. Gets the barrier out of him. Tien gets dragged. Do they dive bot side? I suppose they do. Nah, still getting zoned out of topside. So Suyan is going to be down like 1 million gold. Top esports not really able to stop Suyan falling down, you know, 1 million CS. Xiaoxu goes beyond the turret. Is a full level up. You know, he's given the resources for this matchup. It's about to go mega here. Junja... Oh, Condemn actually hits from that angle. Jesus, like he's trying to even step away from it, right? Does have the ult on target. Tries to get the mega, can't get it. Xiaoxu flashes away from turret. And once again, Suyan is left on the weak side. And what's he going to do? You know, he probably should have stepped a little further away from the wall. That's the big mistake he made. He thought that he was going to be safe. He wasn't. Xiaoxu very far ahead. Now, the question is, once Annie gets into the play, when you get the stun onto him, can Xiaoxu survive the team fights? I would actually wonder if that answer is no. Very far ahead of the individual matchup. Double the CS of Suyan. Can that actually lead to a win, though? So my worry is he goes up against Annie eventually and Annie just one-shots. That's my worry. Stun onto Tien. Doesn't matter too much. This ward's traded for wards, right? Cream trying to keep Honkyu from ulting. And in fairness, you know, we haven't seen a single TF ult this entire game. Electrocute onto him. Doesn't have the stun now, though, of course, which is a problem. Dragon over the third of top esports, obviously we saw it a little earlier. Hang on, Vampire, it's going to get trapped. Not quite. Flashes away, has the magical journey. Flash down and the heal. Caught up by Fungo. I didn't realize that Jackie Love would also be behind him. Now we're getting to the point with JDG. Look, last game, around this point, hang on, that's a pretty max range stun. Gets the heal out of Honkyu from everything else. Tower's tanked up by Tibbers. Dogs can also help with that now a little bit too. Get one plate off there, now into 2 on the mid lane turret. Question is, how much can this Vayne do? It's cool winning the lane. Can you win the game with the Vayne pick though? You have no tank. You do have CC, you got the TF, you got the Pantheon, you got the Bard. It's not bad. Got double AD carry. Problem is, double AD carry into things like, you know, Neferi and Annie don't tend to do that much work for you because, you know, they tend to burst you, kill you, assassinate you. If you can save Xiaoxu with the Bard ultimate, well, even then, the Annie burst is so heavy that, I mean, the burst is going to happen before the Bard ult lands a lot of the time. It's quite hard to save the Vayne. Maybe, look, the exhaust onto Annie helps, like a lot. Suyan trying to ult the wave. Oh dear, Suyan. I think he's not very happy with this. One more Q will kill. Suyan dies in the solo kill. Doesn't get the ult on the wave. Suyan, who's had a really good start to this split, is just getting taken to task by Xiaoxu. Wave isn't in a good spot. Dies for it. I think at this point, Suyan's just like, well, guys, not really much I can do. He is half the CS of Xiaoxu. They need to get him out of this lane. The Caitlyn is moving around the map. Worth noting that the bot lane role quest... Hang on, is Xiaoxu just going to die to this? He has no flash, doesn't have the ult. Condemn isn't going to save him. Good kill by Tien. The ult was actually coming through from Jackulov. I think they should have given that to Jackulov, by the way. Well, actually, no. The Neferi is kind of important to get the gold onto. Either way, someone was getting it. Have that ult for safety, I suppose. Cream trading onto Honku here. How do they get Suyan back into the game? Do they... Well, I mean, I guess they just need him to just... What Top Esports hope now is that they just have Xiaoxu on a side lane not doing very much and Suyan doing the same thing. So both top laners are on side lane not doing very much. Because if the Vayne's not at the play and he doesn't have teleport, then, well, you know, a bunch of Goldly just isn't at the play. So Top Esports want to force fights away from the Vayne. She doesn't have the teleport anyway, and then just hope that Suyan can hold a lane for long enough. Stop the recall. That is going to be the Caitlyn caught out. Does have flash and heal. Uses the flash there early. Does have the cleanse. I don't think he'll make it out. The W's tanked by Fungo is not bad from him. Teleport coming now from the Annie. There's going to be the TF coming up. Tien is really quite fed and gets the double daggers a bunch across a lot of people. Annie, stop from getting into the play. Does he flash across the wall? No, not quite yet. Another teleport coming in. That was the top lane teleport from Xiaoxu. Of course, he has the teleport from the role quest, right? So that's going to be one kill. Double summoners away from Jackulov. Good use of the bottle and the Pantheon ults. Recalling in a bad spot there, Jackulov. Didn't realize he was seen. Gets spotted out. Picked off. 1,000 gold lead for JDG now. Now, there is a lot of big ultimates for them. The Dragons in 30 seconds. That might actually end up being a mistake for them. So Jackulov technically wasn't on vision, but they don't see him walking over that ward. So by, you know, basically because he didn't walk over that ward in the lane... Oh, right, the Scry's Bloom. Right, Scry's Bloom hits him, and then he doesn't realize. If he doesn't get hit by that, he can flash out of it, I think, and live. If he can flash towards Funguay, does that change anything? Yeah, maybe it does, actually. Stops Ezreal and Bard getting in range. I suppose they have the TF ult anyway. So many globals to throw out them. We were saying that Caitlyn, if she ever overpushes, is in a ton of trouble. Tien, of course, doing a good W there onto Junjit. Suyan blowing his teleport. You would love to stay on bot side. Would love to that. Dragon started, as you said, JDG used a lot of different cooldowns there. Cream. Oh my god, he's got a one-shot. Pretty close. Kills Vampire, goes down. The gold card is here, but they don't have the globals. Junja has the flash. Will it save his life? No, I don't think it will. He's going to go across the wall. The gold card actually buys a lot of space. Junja may well live. That's just the Mountain Soul evolving. Don't you worry about that. Just don't pay attention to that. Kill and Dragon to top esports using that window where the globals were down to make sure that JDG is not in the happiest spot ever. Junja will recall, doesn't have the global to get back out on the map, as we were saying. Jackulov will get himself a turret here on the bot side. It would be the top, it will be the tower. I'm not sure I love that. It's not very useful, actually. Not very useful at all. It's not like Xiaoxu was close to taking the top lane turret on the other side. JDG needs to be very aware, because BLG showed this versus them, right? And Gen G showed it versus them too. You know, about using globals against an enemy team, but also what we've seen from BLG is using those windows where the globals are down, very importantly. Honku obviously building up his Rod of Ages. Cream has that first kill now, did kill Vampire. Has his cooldown boots for the extra flashes, very important, those Lucidity boots in this kind of game where you want more flashes. Dark Seal stacking up. Suyan still very, very far behind. Suyan's not going to be very useful this game. Pantheon has unlocked a new ability. It's like an Ornn E where he just destroys a wall on the map, except this time it's not even the terrain created by champions. Herald will go down to JDG. This is important. They can use this for a power play. They can use it for a combat Herald. I think combat Herald is super big here now. If you can ride that towards the Caitlyn. Caitlyn, what does she do? She doesn't got 1E. He doesn't have flash right now. Going for the Yuntal build is Jackulov. Vampire does have flash. Has the magical journey. Will be able to safely get over the wall there. Gold card over the wall. They do, remember, they do have the globals. Pretty scary. Jackal needs to be careful here. This is actually within kill angle for the Pantheon if he wants to jump there. Of course, they don't know exactly where he is. Very scary for the Caitlyn without summoners to play this map in the wider state. Ult onto Gala. Now, Caitlyn ult onto enemy AD carry can sometimes be a bit meh, especially when they have, when they've got sustain. When they don't have sustain, obviously, you know, causes some issues. Xiaoshu gonna get over 2,000 gold of his opposing number now. Individual laning was good. Suyan made mistakes, but Topius didn't exactly protect him either. Xiaoshu doesn't... Hang on, he just steps on a trap. That's not particularly healthy. Uses the E. W used onto both. Tien gets out. Jackalope doesn't have flash, and he was caught midway through his E. Does get the cleanse, though. And Vampire gets completely destroyed. Completely destroyed. Oh, Vampire. Top Esports bought some garlic. Honkyu goes towards bot side. No saving that play there. Gala and Vampire and oversteps. Not been a great series from him today. The Nico in game 1, not quite coordinated with his team. It wasn't bad, but you know, in this kind of game against teams like Top Esports, those miniature mess steps can really hurt you. I don't think he's having a bad series, but you can see that extra top 5%, the coordination with his team, understanding how safe he is. Not quite locked in against Top Esports. Of course, playing 2 series back-to-back from JDG, probably not helping with that either. JDG using one of their globals there too. They have the Pantheon ult still. Really want to use that as best they can. Cream doesn't want to walk up to Xiaoshu. Xiaoshu will run him down. Especially with the... I don't know about this one, Cream. I really wouldn't walk up to the Annie like that. I suppose Neferi's behind him. That's why he feels safe enough to do it now. Xiaoshu might still go for the play here. Uses the ult to go backwards. Can you get in range for the ultimate? No. Ult out of Xiaoshu. Has the Hex plate. Pretty happy to do so. Vampire going into the enemy jungle, spots out the Neferi, tries to get some vision control down. One of the things about Vampire is that he used to be quite poor at vision control. I think he's actually improved a lot at that. We were hoping he would, and he's managing to do so well. Both supports taking the chance to go into the enemy jungle, put down some vision control. Bar does it on top side. Karma does it on bot side. Suyan being actually fed some skull crabs here to make sure that he can get something. He has the Triforce first item, so at least he has an item, you know. Level 11 to level 13. Not a particularly happy chappy. Worth noting as well that the when you use the Hex plate for the ultimate, you do get the extra move speed as well. Hello, Sam. How's it going? Oh, you beauty. Thank you so much. There's an egg on a...
how's it going?
It's... Well, first game was really interesting. Top Esports were literally saved by individual Chemtech Dragons with the extra 12% heal shield power.
About that.
I'm telling you, man. Chemtech Dragon's my goat. Right now, it feels like JDG are really trying to play around Xiaoshu on the Vayne versus the Gnar, doing really well in the individual matchup. But Top Esports basically just said, look, Suyan, you're on your own. We'll go elsewhere. Both jungles at 2 kills. You'll notice that they were really trying to pick someone on the side lane there, but Suyan's just nowhere near. JDG trying to use those globals has not been so easy for them. They do have the TF ult coming up now, though, and what we've noticed that... Look, Vampire's been overstepping just a little bit, and into stuff like the Annie, the Caitlyn traps, it's kind of instant death. Good speed up, though. Missed that, but it's quite long range. Tier 2 boots the Karma Shield. It's a bit of a low percentage play. Nice evasion there from Jackalope onto the ultimate. And JDG, my worry is JDG, this is when they want to be exploding the game. And hang on, there's a TF ult coming out now too. Where's that going? Where's that going? Does it go onto the Dragon? Well, we don't know where it's going yet. Dragon has started. The Herald summoned over the wall. Could be used as a battle Herald. Going down quite low here. Toppies take this. They get themselves the Mountain Soul. The Gnar ult is used for zone. Well, JDG used the TF ult. It's not really getting that much. They use the Battle Herald. Gold card goes onto the Gnar. The key, that's going to be the Mikhail's used onto him. Well, he's going on a bit of a ride. I think he can get out of the jungle. No, he goes back into the enemy team. Gold card is going to be jumped through. Suyan forcing the flash alongside the rest of the team. Honkyu, bit awkward there. I mean, fun driving, but perhaps choose a better parking spot. So Top Esports get themselves Mountain Soul. I think that they've been much better at understanding where JDG can use their globals. They're teleporting behind Xiaoshu now. He has Flash, he has Exhaust. Here comes the Annie. Can he get the Exhaust on the target here? Ults away. Gets the stun, and it is an Exhaust into it. Here comes the Pantheon. How much can Suyan do? How much can the Gnar do? Needs to get away from, goes invisible. Tien has the ultimate, needs to get vision. Finds him out. Xiaoshu will die here. They find their target on the side lane. So it'll be a 1-for-1. Cream goes down, Xiaoshu goes down. Xiaoshu 1 and 3. has a lot of gold from CS. Might want to be careful there, Feng Yue. Suyan is not really going to be able to save you here. Is anyone else roaming down? Here comes Tien. Hongyu does not have flash, but they have the magical journey to buy a little bit more space. Feng Yue, is he going to get the card onto him? No, goes golden onto the tower and onto the target. Gala jumped onto by Tien. He's going to get caught out in river. Tien can start joining into the play as well. What use are your globals if everyone's already at the play? Good stun onto the dogs. Tien loses a third of its HP. Gets a dagger on target. The root's there too, and Gala goes forward. Sorry, Jackal goes forward. Shunja flashes, but is W by Tien. And Jackula will chase down and try and kill. Vampire will do. Top Esports say we will attack your globals. There is no point you teleporting to the play when we're already in your face. A messy fight. Top Esports doing a magnificent job of saying it doesn't matter where your globals are going if we're already there. Bring in extra numbers, everyone on the roam. Very good macro from Top Esports. JDG have not really been able to pull the trigger as effectively as I think they would have wanted to. And despite the fact that this Nara is so far ahead, cannot survive the burst combo. That was an exhaust used onto the Annie. Went 1 for 1. That's not good enough with all the resources you put in. And Hongyu didn't have the ult here. Used it in quite a flimsy fashion before this. Gala called out by Tien in river. That is a bad place to get caught out. No way to survive that. Neferi will chase you down. The ultimate from the Bard, also a mistake. Caught the turret and the champion. I think you just have to catch the turrets. And then this W from Tien is magnificent. Junja outplayed by Tien. Wonderful game from him. And Jackal gets to chase down for another kill. Lethal tempo was already fully stacked. Knew the damage calculation was there. Top Esports explode the game. TF ult now used, going topside onto Annie. Do they have the stun? They do. It's not bad, but they do manage to use a global aggressively for the first time in a while. Now they've used the cooldowns. Is there a counterplay? No, doesn't look like it. Top Esports. Do you have a Mountain Dragon opportunity coming up in a minute and a half? I mean, JDG timed their ultimates well, so they will be back up again for that play. Cream had no flash. It wasn't like they blew that summon up. Jackal is fed now, though. 4 and 1. Is he going to have his cleanse up for the fight? He will do just about. Maybe just on cooldown with that, actually. Does TF get the full turret? I think he does, actually. Cream spawning in 5. TF will get the full inner turret. Top E is supposed to say, no, we need to set up around Dragon. It doesn't matter. Actually, maybe not quite, actually. I thought he'd get the full thing, especially with Lichbane built up. No, not quite. Top E as well, they'll have teleport on both the solo laners. Shashi will too, from the roll quest. Won't be like the empowered teleport with a shield, but he will have it. TFL still on cooldown. Pantheon ult still on cooldown, can't use it for now. Blue buff taken, stolen away. Tien is 2 levels up on Junja, by the way. Incredible game from him as the Hubris and the Serpent's Fang, denying some of those shields. Suyan 2k down. If he dies now, it's a problem because it's 20 seconds before Dragon spawning. Turret, does it die? Yes, it does. So Shashi will get the extra gold there. Can he spend it? I guess he can recall and teleport back in. Can they catch out Junja here? Chien uses the W there. The stun goes onto the dogs. A little bit of damage onto Vampire, but not too much. Teleport coming in from Annie. Dragon spawning will be Mountain for Toppies. Will stun onto the field. Quite hard to keep him out of the pit. Also has the ultimate come through. Meganar being charged up. Predabelt from Annie. Good Azrael ult to get some poke down. Gold card really scary here. That's not fantastic. Did he get the smite? Goes to the Pantheon, but the Annie goes forwards. The exhaust still available from the Annie. Suyan does get the Meganar. Kills Junja. If they get a good enough fight, they'll be Baron afterwards. Suyan gets crazy damage on Tagala and gets himself a reset through with it as well. He's in a 1v2 currently. Gets the W, still gets stunned. They've killed 3 on the enemy side, and despite JDG destroying the Dragon itself, they won't be able to defend the Baron. Top Esports lose the chance to Soul, but they'll get themselves a big objective all the same. JDG get a singular Dragon. Top Esports get the kills. More stacks on the Hubris for Tien, by the way. Tons of AD for him. Hongyu, well, he's got the Spellbook. He's got the Exhaust. I'd imagine he doesn't have time to get himself the Spellbook Smite. There's no Bard ultimate to stop this. Baron to Top Esports at the cost of a Dragon and 1 kill. So what happens in the entirety of this fight? Because I didn't see JDG hit by anything, and that's a problem when he's got 4 kills. The Bard ultimate is hitting the clump, but doesn't really get that much. Smite's good. Cream gets onto 2. JDG completely untouched, gets his lethal tempo stacked up. Look at the auto-attack uptime from JDG, by the way. Crazy auto-attack uptime from him. Gala chooses to eat into the play rather than over the back of the pit. I think that is a mistake. And then the ultimate from Jack at the end takes down Xiaoshu. Not a great game from Gala. Junja caught out here. If he dies on the Baron push, how can they defend themselves? It's close as hell. Gold card onto Sui and Xiaoshu going into the play, trying to kill out Hongyue. Gets 1. Does he get anything else on the back end of it? No, doesn't look like it. The gold card's not bad, but Honkyue hit by the Q there. Flash forward from Tien. There's going to be the double daggers onto him. The second one misses despite the flash. The Caitlyn ultimate won't, though. Shot between the eyes. TF goes down 1 for 1, but the Baron buff means Top Esports can keep pushing. Gala eating away from the last of the Mega. Caitlyn alive, full HP, flash and cleanse, siege extraordinaire. Junja trying to get rid of another wave, but buddy, your base is being broken. TF still around here as well, fishing for those daggers. Good Ezreal uptime. JDG taken down low. They do break the inhibitor turrets. Do they take the full inhibitor itself? Yes, they do. The icon was a bit obscured there. Baron buff being used well. Mid lane inhibitor being down is a big win for Top Esports. Means Xiaoshu, good play for him to get that 1 kill on the back of it, even in the clump. What happens here? Because we came out of this just before into the replay. Was it just a Pantheon? They tried to double global. There was the trap right on. It wasn't quite onto it, actually. They gold card the wrong target, I think. Well, I guess Fungi is the guy that has no cleanse. So has Mikhail, so technically does. I guess it was on cooldown there. And then Xiaoshu comes through. In fairness, it's a pretty good angle from Xiaoshu to run forward to the Hex Plate and your movement speed from the passive to... Great double Q there, actually. From Suyan to get the slow onto both. Tien unlucky to not get the kill the first time of asking. Comment in chat, the, 0 and 4 Gnar is more useful than the 2k gold lead Vayne in teamfights. Well, that's the nature of the champions. That's what we were worried about. Damn, the Q damage is crazy from Tien. E forced out from Junja by JDG's E. JDG, a fantastic series from him. The Yunara in game 1, the Caitlyn in game 2. He's been very good at staying safe from the globals. Ow. Fire cannon auto attack. Yeah, that one hurts. Karma shot. Definitely hurting there. Go, buddy, you gotta be careful jumping forward like that. I know you really want the kills. Caitlyn does have the cleanse. Gold card onto Tien. Good Caitlyn Q across the team there too. No collector on this build from JDG. Means that he's scaled better into the game. Ow. Gala very low. Might have to recall now. Fire cannon on that JDG of Caitlyn is so disgusting. Once again, Top Esports can just group as 5. Your globals don't matter nearly as much. They do catch out Caitlyn here. Has cleanse, has flash. Xiaoshu on the flank, gets stunned down. There's an exhaust onto the Annie. It's not bad there. Suyan gets a combo, but it's only really onto Vampire. Vayne goes down, and in the mess. Top Esports are getting the better just about on the HP. That being said, Gala is alive. This is getting a little bit spooky now, but Tien is really quite scary, and he has an old charge left. Gala gets hit by the Q, and it's a quadra kill for the dog. Won't have the Penta. Finished off by Cream, but Top Esports, I don't think particularly care. 10-0. Tien comes back after a split and says, you know what? I've missed this place. I've missed Top Esports. And Top Esports will battle down their own old enemy of JDG to a 2-0 defeat. Dominating performance from Top Esports, outfighting JDG in both games. The Tien Theory value was absurd in this game too. Like I said, I've missed Tien. It felt like we were denied something last split by not having Tien playing in the LPL. Well, here you go, he's back. I think JDG tried to use those globals, but honestly, Top Esports were really quite intelligent about how the globals were going to be used. They didn't lose that much when they were avoiding them. Of course, Suyan fell very far behind, but it never mattered. The globals needed to be onto the Caitlyn. They needed to be onto the Annie. Onto the Gnar after a certain point is just dopamine and nothing else, not substance. The question is for Top Esports, can they keep this form together and can they keep it in playoffs? And then beyond that, if they do qualify internationally, and folks, I know there are so many memes about Top Esports, I'm worried about them internationally too. Can they keep that together internationally for a while? But you can't say that they don't deserve it with performances like this. That'll be our series for today, folks. For everyone who has been enjoying the series today, hello, my name's Nymaera. Earlier you heard the casting by my brother, yes, my actual brother, Initialise. He's in the other room. He's resting his voice for now. We normally cast these together, but hey, we've got to rest our voices every now and then. I was taking Angie to the train station just before. So if you have enjoyed what you have been listening to on the stream today, whether that was from myself or whether it was from Sam, if you're enjoying following currently the best region in the world, please think about dropping a like, a comment, and subscribe. It does make a difference to us. This is actually our job, and I know I said this a lot. There is actually no official English LPL broadcast. You might see LPL English. They are also a co-stream. They're a great broadcast. I love them too. But if you want to support LPL as a region, you have to support co-streams like this, and of course LPL English and a number of others too, to keep the stories about these players and these teams alive. There is no one who's getting paid to cover this region anymore. So if you support us, it makes even more difference to us, because if there isn't support, the natural conclusion is no one can spend time on this region in the way that they used to anymore, which would be an absolutely criminal situation. That's going to be the end of our stream today. We will be back tomorrow. Of course, tomorrow we still have some extra games. And then, of course, for Monday and Tuesday, no games this week, I believe, on the Tuesday. So tomorrow we have OMG, LGD, and then Weibo BLG. That'll be fun. Then we'll have a 2-day break, and we'll be back on Wednesday. I will be doing some VOD reviews and some extra variety on Monday and Tuesday, so please tune into that too. If you would like to join us in our community and learn more about the LPL, make some friends, have some fun playing games as well, watch some movies in Discord as well, hop into the link switching that I see post in chat as well. If you'd like to donate to Ko-fi as well, it makes a big difference. Let me just put some stuff. I know you've just linked all this stuff. Yeah, Katari, I appreciate it. I'm just copying it there so I can put this in here as well. But we appreciate everyone joining us here. I forgot to copy this over as well. Appreciate that. Where's Discord link? But yeah, if you're on YouTube, the show will end here. If you're on Twitch, we'll find someone to raid you over to, and we'll get some post-game stats in there as well. Appreciate everyone joining us, as we were saying. Appreciate that. Wait, you're actually just brothers? I thought it was just a bit. I know, right? Okay, folks, if you're on YouTube, the show will end here. If you're on Twitch, we'll find someone to raid you over to. Appreciate each and every one of you, and we'll see you tomorrow for some games.